is back.
Back. Okay. Everyone else back, I guess?
I'm
Oh,
here.
I think so. Oh no,
Oh, no.
Jimby
Oh.
does not speak. Oh, he's there.
Okay.
Okay.
If someone will tell me what they remember of last session, and then I'll fill in
Okay.
anything you've forgotten.
So, let's see. We got to the island. The ship is wrecked. It's not going to get off there anytime soon. When we got there, we recognized there's the Montegrews and the Redfields, and they're having a bit of a feud. There's this whole strip down the island which is destroyed. Nobody goes there except for the church, which is there. Um, there's a couple of mysteries that we found. There's an oil refinery which is abandoned, but there's still an oil supply there that's used by the Redfields for their cannery, and it can connect to the docks, but it's been cut off from that. The problem with that, with the refinery, is that it's using so much moonstone that the island shouldn't exist. The second mystery is, what the Redfields and the Montegrews, why they're so mutated. That's another mystery. There hasn't been anyone there's barely been anyone who's left the island. There's been under 10. One was a doctor, and there's also some who fought in CW2. That's a Hackwill statue. That's a mystery because they shouldn't have that. Nobody does that. We've been given some ideas about who to talk to. We've been given some ideas to talk to the Chironite at the lighthouse, who's been there since a long time. We've been suggested we might talk to the mail clerk. He might know a bit more. Possibly also the preacher again. Other things is that Rommel Montegrew and Jeanette Redfield are having a forbidden love affair. There's also the Cheaping Birds. And
That was
why
how we
was
left off.
the refinery cut off? It's producing so much oil. It really shouldn't have. There's a lot of mystery around there. That's the one I'm mostly focused on because it's mechanical, and that's my character's interest. And then we'd just gone back to bed after it was our second night on the island, and I think the plan was we were going to go have a chat to the Chironite today.
Yep. I think the only thing on that I'd note is that the cannery is owned by the Montegrews. That's the only part that got mixed up. Yep. Nope.
Is it?
Yes.
I thought that the oil was going on to the Redfield side.
No. They have
No,
the
no, no.
they have
Sorry,
the
what am I thinking? The
tracks.
Montegrews.
Yeah. So the
Yeah,
Montegrews have the
yeah.
cannery.
Not
Yep.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's a pretty
That's what the
decent
mystery was.
summary.
They had the mystery of where the Redfield oil supply was.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay.
Do. Just look at some notes real quick. Yep. Okay. So Jimmy's character is Tiberius or Tiberia?
Tiberia, but
Tiberia.
yeah.
Yeah. So you and Tiberia and Pete, wake up refreshed in the Montague's house. Despite the creepy bird noises, you still slept rather soundly in their very nice beds. And Katie, has a pretty decent night on the ship. And in the morning, Pete and Tiberia are invited to breakfast at the big table. Did anything you want to talk about? Otherwise, it's just small talk.
I'll bring up the birds.
You heard them too.
Yeah,
They were.
it's quite a little songful species they have out there.
I didn't
we-
look, but were you able to see any of them?
No, I didn't look out. It was dark. I figured they'd, be some distance off. But the the cheeping is unfamiliar to me, so there must be some specific species.
Yeah. Well, last time y'all had asked, and I think what is his first name? I have it written down. But yeah, so the Montague, Sir Montague told you. I guess I didn't write it down. That they're the Smeerenburg turn, and he'd at least told you the name. But yeah, he remarks, quite a racket they made last night.
Yepper.
I was tossing and turning all night. Terrible birds.
That is typical then? They're supposed to sound like that?
Uh, yes. Uh, they have sounded like that his whole life. Uh, there, he says that why he's never been fond of them. Other people don't seem to mind their uh, chattering ways. But he says that out of towners find them more unsettling. What he and he's like
Not like any bird from Arlon that I've heard. Too mournful.
that it is, and he spears a big piece of sausage and stuffs it in his mouth.
I should probably eat too.
Yeah. I think y'all had talked to him last time about your visiting the German Carnate. I don't remember that detail though. Did y'all? No. Yes.
I don't remember if we discussed it with him, but
All right then.
yeah, I don't think we did.
Yeah, I think y'all discussed it with the priest.
Yeah. We talked about it in the church with that guy because he was the last one we went to, and figured out it's getting too dark.
Yeah,
We didn't.
we certainly brought up the possibility that there was like a saboteur or something way back
Yeah.
when. Said like, is there any? And the guy, said, oh, it was probably, some of them. I said, oh, were there any foreigners on the island for a long period of
Yes.
time? Because we didn't want to directly say that we knew about the Chironite, because we found that out because of the journals of the old overseer.
Hmm.
Right? He said, oh yeah, there is a Chironite over at that lighthouse or whatever. It's like his father worked at the lighthouse, and then now he works at the lighthouse.
Yep.
Yeah, or maintains it or whatever.
I think I either didn't write it down or I have yet another journal with all the names of people in it. Oh well. Do do do. But yeah. Uh, the rest of the breakfast, passes more or less uneventfully. And when y'all are, getting ready to go meet with Katie, leave, is when, Rommel ends up stumbling into the house, and it had been revealed last time that he is the grandson of the patriarch.
Yes.
And y'all had left him at the Gru's Mask when y'all absconded. What was the other guy's name?
I didn't remember what his friend was called, but his friend took him out.
He also had an R name.
Yeah,
Uh,
I didn't write it down, unfortunately.
We rename him Montgomery.
Montgomery. Yeah, sure.
Montgomery
Montgomery
based.
Montague, sure. Um, but yeah, so y'all had left him with Montgomery, and it seems like from his disheveled state and like his bleary eyes that he was out drinking that whole night with him. Uh, and he just looks like hell, right? He hadn't seemed like much of a drinker, sort of a little bookish, nerdy guy. And
Oh
yeah,
no.
but yeah, he meets y'all in the more the foyer when y'all are heading out.
Rommel.
Hey, hello, good sirs. Stumbles a bit.
It's like he didn't get a good night's sleep.
He didn't. I haven't slept at all.
Yikes.
Ugh.
I want to go catch some Z's, kid.
You know, I'll certainly do that. Would y'all like to roll awareness for me real quick? I overused this skill, but it's fine.
I can't believe his secret has already been found out by everyone, and we have to take him away from the island.
Oh no.
Oh no. Just for a little bit, though, while the preacher gets ready so that Jeanette can get married. Then she can fake her death. Uh,
Uh, well, shoot, I have that issue with my sheet where all the stuff got blanked out. I can see I have 3 awareness, and my perception is at least 3. So I'll roll 6 dice to be safe.
Oof.
I think the
I don't know what's
target
going
is
on
T,
here.
isn't it?
Anyway, I got 6.
Yeah, you have to do T7.
T7.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
I've got a 2.
You got 2. Jimmy you got 5, 6.
6.
6, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Um. So, Pete just notes that Rommel's a little dirty, right? Well, he's out all night drinking, whatever. Um, Jimmy, Tiberius is like, he's got like mud up to his ankles. He's got some like weird red splatters on him. Like, what the fuck was he last night? Oh, and you can tell by smell alone that he threw up. That he threw up 3 times.
Jeez. I'll should I just kind of say it or look at it. What did you get in? What did you get yourself into after last call last night?
Um, I don't really remember. What
Hmm.
what is the Oh, and he's like, I don't really remember. And he's like, if you'll excuse me, and tries to push past. Uh, what's the against lying skill again? I gotta pull up Ballad again.
Subterfuge?
That's the food, I think.
Yeah, subterfuge is lying, but what's the against it?
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
it's subterfuge again.
Probably the same. Makes sense.
Nice.
If
Let
that's
me
how you lie, then you can
see.
Fair
pick someone
enough.
to no one.
Yeah.
Let's check.
So since Jimmy's the only one who really noticed, you would be rolling for it.
All right. Subterfuge. What do you suppose is the primary stat for that?
I think it's so in this case it's gonna be
Charisma.
well, I was gonna say
Okay, so it's opposed by observation.
Probably
Apparently.
what?
oh, is that what it is?
Subterfuge.
Oh, okay.
Lie is versus observation. Present
Well,
fake emotion is also
awareness?
versus observation.
Observation, awareness, those are the same thing, right?
Observation is
Yeah.
perception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
Yeah,
so
I
that's
just
just
call
the
it
same as
awareness
before.
every time. Oops. Ah, fucked up my mic.
Same difference.
Same difference.
Four. So 4 successes.
Yeah,
You rolled that in the
so
wrong channel, silly.
Oh, I'm dumb. Put it in not safe for work.
it's a
Oh, paste.
Yeah, whatever this guy was getting up to wasn't very safe.
yeah, yeah, that tracks. Um, yeah, so he's definitely, like it's not even really like a good lie. You can see that he's panicked. If Pete had noticed that there was anything wrong to begin with, maybe like even he would have seen through it. But yeah, so Rommel's already like trying to push past you and get out of there, and you're like he knows what he's up. He doesn't want to talk about it. Something's up.
Uh, hmm.
Can't believe the what what did Uberbot roll?
Not well, sadly.
Yeah,
So, should we just let him walk away, or
I mean,
should we
yeah,
do something? Jimmy, you kind of have initiative here.
have you
'Cause
have
Yeah,
initiative?
yeah,
I'm just like, whatever.
yeah. I don't want to make a scene. I'd actually rather that he go and clean himself up, and then we'll sort of talk to him later.
Mhm.
So I'll just let him pass, and then once sort of everyone's out of earshot, then I'll explain. Like, yeah, he's lying. That guy got up to something. He's got blood on him.
You say he had like dirt around like his ankles.
Yep, he
Yes.
was
Was
up to
he?
his knees, if you will.
I've
I
seen
can't
that before.
believe he's literally killed Jeanette.
I've been
No,
that way before. That's what you look like when you're digging graves.
oh,
I've
Kabiri will blink for a moment and then sort of, of course, I should have considered that.
I've unfortunately had to dig many, but it's
And
not
now
just
Tiberius is
making new
like,
ones.
I hope this is a good thing. Maybe they'll be getting to war soon.
Like, so what were you saying? Not just new ones? Is that what you said?
Sure, if they were exhuming a corpse.
Mm, this is
Either way,
concerning. Well, we should
maybe we can
keep our
find a
eyes
dirty
open.
shovel.
Perhaps. Or, I mean, there are other possibilities. Not everything on this island can possibly be sinister. But I,
Surely
for
not.
one, am still curious about those birds. I'm, in fact, an avid bird watcher. I have not
Is
heard
that
that
true?
squawking before. Yeah, I have
Hmm.
these binoculars for a reason, and it is not military.
I suppose you wouldn't need them if you carry a sword and actually expect to use it.
Well, I can run pretty fast, but not that fast. Anyway, let us go talk to. Well, let's take a little walk around town briefly, just to see if anything has flagrantly changed, and then we can head over to the lighthouse.
That seems like a good plan.
If someone has gone missing or something, then we will have some bit of a hint as to why a new grave might have been required. A hastily dug in one at that. Hastily dug, not dug in, digged,
Dugan.
dug.
The cynic in me says that it would also be good for us to be seen before we trek out for a ways to the lighthouse. If something did happen and we suddenly disappeared, that would cast suspicion on us newcomers.
That is true. Good point.
Katie, what do you think?
Sounds like probably a good idea.
All right, and that is what we shall do.
Yeah, so this is after y'all have met up for the morning.
Yep.
Yeah, after I guess. Oh yeah, that's right. Me and Pete we're at the Montague, so we had reference. So probably just we encountered Rommel.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then at some designated point we met Katie.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna go around. So do y'all meet on the ship or somewhere else in town?
Maybe in town, close to the tavern.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
could have
So
figured we'll say meet at this
Yeah.
place, and then we can just have a walk around town and see what's going on. It's still early morning, so
yeah. So even before Katie leaves the ship to go, she's stopped by the new acting chief engineer because if you remember from the prologue, the real chief engineer jumped on the grenade that was the Moonstone engine.
Yeah.
Uh, and he asks you if you could look out for a sailor for him, Samuel Sanders. He gives you like a height description. He's like blonde, blonde hair, about near 6 feet, square jaw. You've seen him around, but he was supposed to report to for watch because they're having most of the dudes are on shore leave, but
Mm.
they're still having a watch of a couple people.
Mhm. Right, row.
Where was he supposed? Where was he last seen?
Well, yeah, so he's probably at one of the bars, but you'd have to go talk to the other sailors because all he knows he didn't show up for work today.
Okay. Do I recall seeing him at the Gru's Mask?
Uh, no, you don't remember seeing him there.
Okay.
Yeah, that place was pretty much dark hairs all around.
Yeah.
You would have noticed a blonde.
Yeah. I wanna go check with a couple of the sailors first, see if they know anything about
Yeah.
where he was known to
Do
hang
you
out.
do you want to do that before or after you meet up with the others?
I'll do it before.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't take too long, and then
Okay.
it's good to be useful.
Sure. So yeah, you find a couple of the sailors, just playing cards. Harry's probably there with them, and
Yeah.
that's probably where Harry will be uh, this whole session.
I remember him. I want to thank him for the use of the rope thing.
No problem. No. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Uh, but yeah, so you start asking about Samuel Sanders, and one of the guys speaks up that he saw him at some bar, at the bar on the Redfield side.
Redfield side?
Yeah,
Okay. Is there just the one there?
as far as he knows, town's not really big enough for more. Uh, if you deign to roll observation, you might notice something, but it's completely unimportant to the plot.
Okay, observation. I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. What's the worst that could happen?
You observe something terrible and have to save or die.
Likely, I probably won't be observing too much.
Katie does not
One success.
notice Harry cheating at cards.
Well, of course, I wouldn't notice him. Why would he cheat?
He very smoothly, pulls out, the ace he had like up his sleeve or whatever.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of the game. That's just a normal thing.
Yeah, completely normal.
Yeah.
But yeah, and he gives you some basic directions to it. But yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
last time he saw him was there.
We might need to have a stop off first. Okay.
Yep.
And with that, I will take my leave and go to meet the others.
Yep. Yeah. They tried to rope you into the card game. Well, Harry did probably. He's probably saying, they're such easy marks, Katie. Come on. Money to be made.
No, gotta meet with the others. We've got
Screw,
a mystery to solve.
screw mysteries. It's like,
No, I said I would. Can't leave them waiting for me.
come on, Katie, man. These these guys have gotten their whole paychecks a month early. Think of the money, Katie. Come on. It's easy. Look, I'll just hand you these. Anyways, you managed to get out of it, but Hobnose Harry is shaking his head. But yeah, y'all meet up at your designated street corner or wherever it is, and discuss what you've learned, and what's your next move. It's like 9:30 in the morning.
Well, the idea was to do just like a walk around town to see if anything is obviously different, and then head to the lighthouse.
Yep.
So I suppose that's what we're gonna do. And we'll take a look as we walk around. I want to look in the windows of places as we go by. Not like stick up my face in there, but just kind of keep an eye on the structures and see what the people are doing if
Okay.
they're acting out of ordinary.
Okie dokie. So I guess this is something you noticed. You're noticing a bit as y'all are walking in downtown is that uh, and and y'all are going on both sides, I guess, crossing no man's land or what?
Probably. Yeah.
I'll probably cross no man's land at least. I'm not sure about with the others. They've
Uh,
probably been
that would probably cause
identified as
violence if Jimmy and I do
Montegru
it.
supporters.
Well, maybe, but
We were accosted by the Blues before.
Mm.
I would expect the same behavior from the Reds.
yeah, but
How about I'll check out the other side. I've got to find that missing sailor anyway.
okay.
Hearing about a missing sailor is caused me to perk up a little bit. And
Oh,
of
it
course, we'll
just
mention
hasn't
the birds as well.
it just hasn't turned up for watch. I'm sure it's all fine.
Hmm.
The
All right, just keep your eyes open.
the oh yeah, so y'all briefly split up, I guess, and y'all are gonna let's say y'all meet have plans to meet at the church.
Yeah, it's a good obvious place on the line.
Yeah, and so Tiberius and Pete are looking around town, I assume asking some uh, not too suspicious questions. Oh, anything going on besides the whole ship showing up thing, and
Just, hey, how you doing?
yeah, small talk. Uh, One of the things you'll notice though is that they're during the first part of your little walkabout is that there's kids and they go to a bunch of them on the Montague side all go to one building, and it's very obviously some sort of school. And you can just look across town and see that they're not doing the same on the other side. But most of the people, when you look in their house, it's wives cooking. All the men who are fishing. Katie had seen them row out in their fishing boats that morning before she'd left, and probably reported that to you. But yeah, most of them are like, oh no, things are pretty quiet, all things considered. Though they squint at you a bit before they answer, since y'all are strangers. And Katie, goes to the bar, which has some sort of like, it's just called the Red Gorilla.
Red gorilla.
Yeah,
Whew.
and it's got like a gorilla, little painted sign beating its chest. Very cute. And the bar, the person behind the bar it has a flaming redhead, and she looks at you. You know, uh, we're all closed up. It's morning.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I
you,
was just
you
looking.
you you missed breakfast by an hour.
I was just looking with. There was a sailor who was down here and he hasn't turned up for his watch. I was just trying to see if he knew what happened. He
Yeah, she
just
she keeps cleaning. She's sweeping currently. She says, a bunch of your sailors been in here. What did he look like?
he was blonde, about this high. Had a square jaw. Name is Samuel Sanders.
Yeah, and she says, "Oh, you mean the guy who looks like he could have been on a Chironite War poster? The Master Race? That guy?
Uh, Probably.
Probably. I think he left with some woman."
Dum dum.
Yeah, she keeps sweeping, and she's like, "Before you ask, no, I don't remember. It was a long night."
Okay. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. She squints at you a bit, but pretty happy to have you just leave, more or less.
Okay. Yeah, I just need to look inside the houses and see if there are any houses with women inside them.
Oh my God, there's so many with women. Ah, it's like they're all family homes. No. But yeah, that's most of the information you get. I assume Pete and Tiberius ask about the school at some point. It's like and they reveal that they have an out of towner uh, school teacher who's been there for a couple of years.
There's an out of towner. What's learning them their letters?
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, we had heard about that before.
Yep. Yeah, and y'all meet up at the church, and it's been about an hour or so, so it's still good in morning.
Well, I see. Should we head towards the lighthouse and see if we can find the gentleman over there?
Yeah. Yes, we better. I wasn't able to find that sailor. Apparently, he went off with a woman, so maybe he must know somebody around here. Maybe he's got family here, which is I don't think that matches up with what you mentioned about not many people having left here.
Gonna glance over at Tiberius. He doesn't have family here.
But I wasn't saying Tiberius. Right, the Samuel guy.
Never mind.
Okay.
I think we should head towards the lighthouse. Maybe we'll find the Chironite over there.
Sounds like
It's
a plan.
possible. At the very least, maybe this cherry fellow has seen something.
As we head towards the lighthouse, you could check it out with your binoculars and see if anything happens on the way there.
This is
Be
true.
Good to keep a couple eyeballs on it.
Yeah, I will do so.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a trek. It's like a mile or two. It's off on this little peninsula where they have the lighthouse, and through your binoculars, you know, not only you kind of you're looking at the lighthouse, and you actually see the Chironite himself open the window. He pulls up binoculars because it's very obvious that y'all are like making a beeline towards him. He pulls up binoculars, looks at you, takes them down and like looks, and then goes back inside. So he knows you're coming.
And I
Okay.
looked at him, and he looked at me.
All right. Well, maybe he'll make coffee.
Yeah.
I think that's a good sign. He's still alive and kicking.
Yep. And so when you get to the peninsula, and it's like about 150 yards from like where it joins on to the main part of the island, there's signs that say like keep out, and he opens up a window, and he's got one of those like loudspeakers, but it's not like electric. It's just a cone.
Yeah, just a cone.
And he starts first cursing in German, but then I guess he switches to Albish, and I can't do a German accent, so I won't try. And he's like, don't step another inch forward, you goddamn bastards. He's also very clearly waving a Luger in the air with his other hand.
I just gotta check something.
Yeah, I had been warned that he was a little crazy.
Lighthouses do that to people.
I really should have been practicing a William Dafoe accent this whole month.
Okay. He
Who
is
knows what this
going
guy's
to
name is?
yeep
Uh,
and behind Tiberius.
I don't think if anyone told you it or not. Let me generate one. I'll just say that's what it is.
Sorry, Sarker, what was that? I didn't
I'm going
understand you.
to yelp and duck behind Tiberius. I cannot confront this. I cannot confront any sort of danger without making a successful will check, and I don't think I'm going to make that.
Yes, well, he did say not to step
had-
forward, so as long as you know.
If I'll just keep stepping forward with my stick held in the air. I always have my swagger stick with me. But that and just my hand in the air, and hopefully Tiberius is following with me. We're just gonna keep approaching him, because he can yell at us from this distance, but I don't want to shout my lungs out. Not gonna accelerate or anything, just walk forward normally.
Yep.
But hands in the air, clearly showing like I'm not reaching for my gun. That's still holstered in my coat.
Nice.
What do you think, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's a good idea. I will continue as well, but I will put my hand on my sword, which, I mean, granted, probably isn't that threatening, given that we're, dozens of meters away in a light.
He's inside a castle.
I don't know. I give Jimmy pretty good odds of being able to close that whole distance without getting shot.
This is actually true. I am very difficult to hit, specifically in this situation. But I'm not exactly. I guess
Yeah.
having a sword is kind of advertising that you're a Templar. But you know, I'll shout in Chironite. It's like, hey, lighthouse, we want to talk.
And he you know, curses back at you in Chironite, calling you like, your mother was a horse, etc. But then he's like, "Who said I wanted to talk? You savage island fuckers!" You're not sure if he noticed or cares that y'all are clearly not of island stock. He has not shot though, so.
Monsieur, please, we only want to speak with you. Just a moment of your time.
But yeah, if any of y'all want to like roll like oration, is that the skill?
Persuasion.
Persuasion, yeah.
Persuasion.
Just to like calm him down.
My persuasion is not great, so probably just the best of us should roll.
My skills are lacking in this department too. We'll have to rely on role playing instead.
So I
total would
could
be
try, but that would involve confronting danger. So I can't do that, pros. Sorry.
Okay, I'll try. Let's see.
And while this is going on, I'm gonna lean over to Tiberius and whisper.
Erlenschläger, Adam
What did we want to
Gottlieb.
ask him again?
A couple of things.
Erlenschläger, Adam Gottlieb.
Actually,
Erlenschläger,
All right, I'll
Adam
let you handle
Gottlieb.
it.
Erlenschläger, Adam Gottlieb.
look, Herr Lighthouse, we are newcomers to this island. We ran out of fuel. We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
New, and he stops him for a second because he was actually looked like he was about to pull the trigger. Not that he had much chance, but he's just newcomers. And then he gets his binoculars out a bit and he like looks at you. Not only Jimmy's wearing a hat. I think you have that like Shako hat.
Oh yeah.
I have a hat as well.
Oh.
Just a popper sort of hat.
In fact, when he's looking at me, I'll like do a polite bow, which I suppose would involve taking the hat off and doing the thing.
Okay, so yeah, he sees and he's like, "Oh, wait, y'all aren't Islanders here to lynch me?"
No.
Oh. Well, I feel silly now, he says. Putting down the gun on like the windowsill. I guess you can come in.
What is wrong with everyone on this island?
No one should be so quick to reach for a gun.
But yeah, the danger has passed. Katie can move. And
Okay.
I get to butcher this name I generated.
Based?
Yeah, you'll cover the distance with no problem. Come up to a rather stout door, which you're stuck standing in front of for several minutes as you hear like him sliding back bolts of various sizes, and it even sounds like he lifts one of those big wooden bars out of the way.
You say for several minutes?
Yeah, like
Maybe like
2.
a minute into that, I'm gonna tap on the door with my swagger stick to be like, "All right, you shouldn't have so many locks," as if to say there shouldn't be that many locks on a door. Which will probably just annoy him a little bit more, I imagine. But so be it.
Yes, I'm sure you could get away
He
with
actually
more efficient
like yells
ones.
through the door. You're absolutely right. I need a couple more. Not nearly enough. But you know, he opens the door and, you know, motions y'all inside.
All right. Well, I'll certainly go in.
Yeah,
Seems like a nice fellow.
we'll go in and I'll try to take stock of the bottom floor, I suppose, of this lighthouse.
Yeah, you had noticed at least on your, you know, while you were standing there, that there's no windows on this lower level. All the
Right.
light seems to be coming from the second story, and that there was a third story, which is the actual lighthouse part.
Sure.
You know, and you know, he dusts his hands off, and, you know, offers it to you. Egon Olenschlager, at your service.
Egon.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Egon. Tiberio.
Nice to meet you, Tiberia.
Pete and Pete Travers.
I'm Katie.
Nice to meet you, Kitty. Yeah, he kind of sort of motions you, you know, upstairs. This lower floor seems to be mostly like storage.
Go back 1 second.
As we go up there, I want to keep looking around and see if there's anything like rats running around, or if it's really just him here. Maybe he has a pet spider somewhere. I'm taking a look
Um,
for any other little animals.
yeah, so the lower floor, there's not really too much to see. Like he's keeps it nice, tidy. It's very German in here. You see there's labels on all the boxes. They're in Chironite, so unless you speak it, you don't know what they are. But it looks very, very neat and organized and recently swept.
Hmm.
And the second floor is a little more chaotic because there's like a laboratory equipment, you know, like all over the place. It's all in its own sections, it seems, but there's just so much of it. And there's also a giant stuffed red ape in a particularly fearsome looking pose. You know how they do like bears, where they're like reared up.
Like standing on its legs,
Yeah,
like pounding its chest.
yeah,
Typical what a King Kong sort of look.
yeah. And you know, he motions you to sit down. Though he only really has two like nice chairs. The rest are like stools, and you know he's got some like tea that he offers you. Uh, you know, we don't really get too many visitors here. Middle of nowhere, you know.
Understandable given the curious population of this island.
Ah, yes, yes. You've seen the natives, yes. So far removed from humanity. Really, you know, and he starts talking. He's like, you've heard the theory that that men are descended from apes, right?
It
Maybe.
has been making the rounds.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still act like the primitives.
The well, you know, it's certainly easy to believe that the Redfields are descended from, you know, and he points at the eight, you know, the giant evil looking orangutan thing. But the Montagues, what the fuck could have evolved? Like, what could they have evolved from? Like, imagine
I'll nod sagely and say lemurs.
lemurs. Well, I've never, no, you know, I've never thought of that. And he like pulls out a journal and he like writes Montagues, like dash lemurs question mark. um,
It's actually a really good guess. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
I mean, hominids, probably not that different from birds. Speaking of birds, I'll take out my journal. You don't happen to have a stuffed one of the native birds here, do you? Those infernal songbirds?
It's like, yes, the
The Smeerenburg
Smeerenburg
tern.
tern. I know. And then he starts like rattling off stuff. It's like nocturnal, mostly insectivores. Those birds.
Yeah, the ones that make the racket.
They're
Well,
like backwards roosters and keep you up at night.
backwards roosters. Um,
They were quite loud last night. You're a little far out of town. I don't know if it would have disturbed you as well, but we haven't seen one. We would like
well,
to see one.
well. So they're mostly nocturnal, so it's pretty hard to find them. So he goes and he's got a bunch of cabinets and he starts opening them. And, they're full of like taxidermied creatures of various sorts. And he's muttering to himself. And he pulls out a smallish bird, like you could cup it in both hands. And he's like, yes, while they call them terns, they're really closer relation to the Rahu whippoorwill. And yeah, I'm just gonna post the actual whippoorwill.
I want to find some way of whispering this to my companions without seeming rude to our host. Is it normal to have taxidermied birds in your cabinets in Chiron? I've only ever seen the brutality of those people, not their eclectic habits.
They are a very woodsy sort of folk, at least the rural ones. They use antlers in all of their decorating. That kind of people.
I
Hmm.
suppose it depends. I mean, I would keep samples of mechanical devices, but if he's a taxidermist, perhaps he does to help him. I suppose.
Since he's he runs the lighthouse, he's probably the closest thing this island has to a game warden.
Hmm.
Then again, I have no idea what other kind of wildlife lives out here. Are orangutans native to this island, or is
Oh,
that from somewhere else?
do you just ask are orangutans native? That what your question is
Yeah,
to him?
yeah, yeah.
Orangutans, my good sir, and like he goes over to the ape and is like, this is no orangutan. And he's like, he starts pointing out, the various difficulties, the various differences, that only a scientist would care about. Um, and he's like, and after his long, winding explanation, you've basically gleaned that his father had referred to them as I had a word for it. What was the word? I don't know. I'll make up a new one. That these are sundowner apes. Uh, the locals sometimes refer to them as blood gorillas. Yeah,
Sundown apes.
yeah.
None of these names sound particularly pleasant.
Nope. But
The murder
and one of
gorillas,
the
sorry, did you say?
things they had pointed out is that they have incisors for eating meat, unlike orangutans, which are vegetarians.
Gorillas have that too, I believe. Pete would have such knowledge
I don't have any.
as trivia back that he picked up at some point. He just happens to know gorilla have sharp teeth.
Yeah.
Ooga booga.
But yeah, and that this particular specimen was caught and stuffed by his father, along with most of the other specimens.
So I must ask, Egon, what the hell is going on with this island?
What do you mean?
There's something obviously wrong here. I mean, the total division of the island's population, the secretive nature of the people, the way they've cut the town in half.
I've never seen these red and blue men anywhere else in civilization.
And that's without getting to the refinery. You've checked,
This
you
is
know
true.
about the records about that.
It says
Right.
records. You have the records?
We have some of them.
Yeah,
Uh,
we know that it was uh, probably prematurely abandoned, and that the what was this, the director or the foreman or
Foreman.
whatever,
The
Foreman.
foreman.
yeah, went missing.
hmm. Give me 1 second. I really have to run to the restroom. Oof.
Yep.
And then I
It's a
shall
good time for
answer.
me to do that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me as well. In fact,
Okay. Reconvene in like 5 minutes.
All four
Okay.
people just scatter.
I will remain. So, what do you think is will be our next direction then, Raid?
Well, let's see. If he tells us nothing of value, then I don't know. We're gonna have to go stir up a nest and make trouble. If he does tell us something of value about the refinery, perhaps, or about the uh, division in the town, then that'll give us something to discuss with the uh, leadership. I mean, we're kind of inclined towards Montgomery, um, and that'll lead to something, I'm sure, but who knows what.
Hmm.
It's a concerning situation. I cannot help but be worried that the attempt will be to draw us into the into being some sort of tiebreaker in this feud.
Yeah, I mean,
How
that's
though?
fairly obvious.
There's only, well, there's three of us and maybe three times our number in sailors. So what are a dozen people going to do to turn the tide of a century-long feud?
Little
We've
bit
got
of
guns.
this is true.
This gun is not for offense.
That is part of my concern as well. If it comes down to it, we're not exactly, I mean, I am, but we as a group are not exactly a military outfit. If these
Yeah.
people think that because we befriended one group or another that we're going to be able to turn the tide of a feud and things go hot, I mean, I'll kill any number of people, but I'm not. I'm one man. You know,
The, the phrase from my country is we're not the Arloni Imperial Guard.
Hmm.
There's We do not carry the bayonets that they do.
it stands to reason. You know, and but I hope that it is not that serious. They don't seem to be fighting in the street anymore. Actually, seems like they kind of have a handle on the situation, but there is no way to be certain until we get to the bottom of what is going on here. A missing crewman is also a significant problem.
I
Whew.
my
I return.
theory, this is not much of a theory. Oh, welcome back. Is that there is some sort of human sacrifice element going on.
Human
No, I just
sacrifice.
had that thought.
And that's what I've been thinking of since the first time we saw that refinery. It's been too productive. And it was shut down. That doesn't just happen.
What
I
then? The natives were sacrificing the workers, and the uh, the crown found out and put a stop to it. Seems a little far fetched.
Lord,
Mm.
it, I'll admit that the guys seem like weirdos, but sacrificing human beings to produce more synthetic oil, it seems like a little bit of a little bit of a jump forward. Can't let our prejudices get away with us here.
The Templar is the reasonable one. But I return. Uh, what had you asked the man again?
If he knows what's going on this island,
Uh,
these people are obvious. They're obviously hiding something, and things are just weird in general.
As you ask him that, you should like walk over to the window and like pull out your binoculars and just scan the place.
I will, in fact, yeah. The more we establish that we are like him, kind of outsiders here,
yeah.
and are suspicious of the natives, will probably predispose towards us better.
Uh, as he asks that, I want to kind of look at the bird and any other taxidermy stuff he has around. Just kind of
Yeah.
check it out. It's kind of new to me. I haven't seen stuffed animals before,
Yeah.
or at least not so eclectically collected.
Yeah, there's a lot of familiar little animals. Everything's labeled in German, unfortunately. Um, but you get the sense that most of this is just things that are native to the island. Uh, and yeah, so Egon replies is like, uh, "Mein father and I have been trying to figure out the mystery of this island for years now. You know, it's like his theory would all have been proven if those bastards back in Chiron had just sent him funding and a couple of men." Uh, he raves a bit about that. It's like after he was killed, I quit my position at the academy. I was a professor. God damn it. What you mostly learn is that he's been trying to prove uh, uh, his father's theory about the moonstone production on the island, which I'm sorry, I got distracted. My nephew is fucking screaming in the other room. That's very distracting. I don't know if you know, 3-year-olds really can scream.
They can.
Anyways, where was I? And that you know, the scientists at Beebe more or less dismissed all of his theories, and he's really butthurt about it. Uh,
Based.
Jimmy, while you're scanning the area from the window, you can see a few things. Like so, I think I'd mentioned before that the docks are at like the low point of the island, and then it slopes upwards to this like plateau. And so from your vantage point in the lighthouse, you can see across most of this plateau, and then there's a like hill where it goes up, and between all the like jungle trees, you catch what looks like a few like stone buildings. And you can also see that the railroad tracks that had began at the refinery like go off into the jungle, and the jungle's a little thinner there. You can sort of tell where the tracks go till like it's out of sight. Yeah. Um, but yeah, so you have gotten Egon started about Moonstone. So he starts
Based.
ruffling in his drawers, and I think some of this is probably not official lore, but it's lore for this game. So ha ha. But
Official law now.
it's official lore now. And it's like so Moonstone. It's in everything. It's in whale bones, and you run electricity through it, and things get and it gets more buoyant. That's how ships fly, except for the ships that are made of wood. And he's rambling on. He pulls out a rock and he sets it on the table. Pulls out another rock, sets it on the table, and he pulls out like a tiny sliver of a rock, like no bigger than a a thumbnail. And he's like, what you might not know is that take something that's has moonstone in it, throw it off an island, and where it stops sinking is from there you can determine the percentage of moonstone that's in it. And so he gestures at the first rock, which just looks like a rock. It's like what percentage of moonstone do you think this is? Any guess? Come on.
Perhaps 20%. Pete
Uh,
is really just throwing out a number here. He doesn't know what he's playing alone.
and it's
I,
like
Evie's going to take a hesitant guess. Jake trying to take a look at it, see if she can work it out.
Yeah, if anyone would actually know, it would be Katie.
Yeah. So I guess roll engineering.
Engineering.
Um, though it's slightly harder from this if you had like profession geologist or something, that would be the proper skill. But
Okay. So, let's see. Engineering uses int.
yeah, you're like you look at it, like you weigh it like in your hand, squint at it, and you say you say I think this rock is zero point 0.8 kilograms, and I judge it's about 9% moonstone by volume, and so you rattle off what actual gram amount that would be. Uh,
Based.
and he's uh, he's like very good, very good. He's like that's a few more decimals than we need. The machine only rated, and it gives you whatever that one was, but only to 3 decimal places. Where you'd given him 5. Uh, and then and he's like, so if you chuck this off a island that was at we have a value for it. We call it Moonstone Zero. Uh, it's where it's the height at which a island would be if uh, it was 100% moonstone. It's like if theoretical, we've never found such a place. Uh, but if you took 100% moonstone, threw it off this island, it would hit where you're standing and float, bounce up and down. And he takes the next one, which that sort of looks a bit like what was getting thrown into the engine on the ship. It's like this, is what's generally used on ship. Ship. That's what we know as moonstone, and anything between 60 and 75%, is considered, medium grade. Anything between 75 and like 82 is considered high grade, and never before has anyone found a deposit of anything higher grade than that of any significant amount. And he takes the single chip and he says, what percentage moonstone do you think that is?
He's just scratching the back of his head and trying not to make eye contact.
Well, I would assume since you have it, it is some very, very high grade.
He's like,
Is this
and he just yells out like in German,
100%.
a number, and then he like switches back to English. 95, 95%, nearly,
yikes?
nearly pure moonstone.
And this is you found this here?
My father reports he stole it from one of the mining carts.
Oh,
They
Mm.
so
laughed at
they
him
have
at the academy. They told him he'd simply broken it off a larger piece. Happenstance, happenstance.
academics always calling for proof until you actually offer it to them. So this place has some unusually rich supply of moonstone.
Yes. Uh, that is my father's theory. He's been to the mines, what they allowed him to see, but could find no evidence. But where did they get this? It was in the mining carts. uh, and he explains more or less that By the time he got here, everything was overgrown with jungle. And he tried to make a trip out there, but he was very scared when he encountered a troop of the sundowner apes, and he just ran.
Probably a wise thing to be afraid of.
And yeah, none of the natives were particularly interested in helping him.
Those things will rip your arm off. um,
Well, as unwise as a conclusion to draw from this as this may be, we should probably go into the jungle and investigate. I imagine that whatever the mystery is here, it has something to do with those mines.
do we know if the giant wound in the ground, the huge gash separating the town into two, was here at that time?
Oh, when he showed up, yes, because it was after the accord or whatever between the two families.
Hmm.
He says, yeah, they just burned
Well,
everything, all the buildings down.
well, there goes my brief theory that all the pure moonstone is what caused that. Which means we may be able to find some more.
Well, that's certainly an upside. We could help prove
Uh,
Egon's father's theory.
but yeah, had y'all said aloud that you were thinking of going to the mines?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said as unwise of a conclusion as this might be to draw. If we want to get to the bottom of this, we're probably
Um,
going to have to go to the mines.
and Egon straight up just says, "I want to go." It's like I've been trying to get there for years now. Uh,
What has stopped you?
the apes is like there's a troop of them that either live near there or between here and there, and uh,
And you were not able to secure the assistance of the natives?
no.
I think
Some
back to how we met this man and figure, yeah, no, that actually makes sense.
The 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 Montegrews, he explains, hate him because he agrees with his father that the Redfields have it right that they were the first on this island. And he just points at the ape. He's like, just look at it. It's like I don't know if the fucking Redfields are evolved apes or if one of them did some unspeakable acts before Sahakwiel, but you can't deny it. Come on, look at that.
it is it is unsettling, and I haven't seen any lemurs here, so doesn't seem like the right climate. I don't think lemurs and apes cohabitate anywhere. So it is probable that there is some kind of weird totemistic fuckery going on. Either way, I'm not afraid of a couple of apes. When you say a troop, how many is a troop?
Uh, he remembers seeing at least 8,
Okay,
but there could have
uh,
been more. It was a thick jungle.
that is more than a couple, but a Templar does not run from danger. In fact, he runs towards it.
But
What's
yeah,
more worrisome to me
Before
is
there
that
was anything else to run towards at this time.
it's true. If we're going to want, if we want to solve this problem, we're going to have to get to the bottom of this because I have a feeling that no matter how long we wait, that boat is not going to be fixed and more of our people are going to disappear. I assume this place does not get visitors often.
uh, yeah, and he says once a month, if that. Um,
This sounds like a reason to gather more of our sailors to go with us. We shouldn't go in there as just a party of 4, especially if we're afraid that when we return, we'll be fewer than we are now.
the uh, the Chironite is not certain he wants. He's like, look, I don't know if I want any of these uh, sailors you talk about sniffing around, like, and he shiftily looks around for a bit. I'll be honest, I've been trying to get off the island for a couple weeks now. Some of the youths tried to break in here. They were gonna lynch me, I'm sure of it.
Wait, some of the youth. From which group? Did you see them?
It was dark, so no.
If you're trying to get off the island, it would, I would argue, make sense to befriend the sailors, for with whom we are currently aligned, rather than shy away from them. We also want to get
It's a
off this
goddamn
island.
Albion boat. I won't trust them with my goddamn life.
Yeah, well, it's not really in a trustworthy shape right now.
The
That said, we also don't want to draw attention to what we're doing here. If a party of sailors goes off, they might notice. But if we just go off, well, I think we can take care of ourselves. We have guns. Come on. Apes and monkeys are discreet. One has tails, the others don't.
Yes, and guns give us a decisive and obvious advantage against these apes.
But yeah, the Chironite looks at y'all and he's like, I might be able to get us off in a couple days. Well, me for sure. And I could take you with me.
Wait.
With
How?
what boat?
And he clams up.
Who have you been talking to, Egon? Do you work for the Chironites?
I try and persuade him to.
He squints at you like you're dumb. Like,
Yes, okay. That's
I try and roll persuasion to try and persuade him to open up. He can trust us.
They've got a fucking U-boat coming or something.
He can trust us. It's all good.
If I weren't trying to be a depressed Arloni, I would do the Commissar Holt thing.
Based.
Yeah,
That-
these people did annihilate my country.
But I will try and be like, it's okay, you can trust us. We're working together. We're trying to find this mystery. We're trying to get off this island. We can work together.
all he will say is that he has had word with a captain who might take him off if he has something to show for it.
And that means we need to work together to find sample then.
And we can presume this captain is not Albish.
Yes.
Well, if that's all he wants to tell us for the moment, I will try to not think of Burning Rage.
Yeah.
Sure, we can trust him. We're all working together. We'd never betray each other, right?
I should hope not. It's bad enough that we have to deal with these weirdos. It's even worse if we start turning on each other, and I doubt we will. We're all friends here, united by a common love of birds.
It is better to have friends than enemies.
Exactly.
So, let's put on our hiking boots. We can head out there.
Do we need, or are we expecting to need any sort of extra supplies, like some sort of some type of coat, some type of anti-insect device, nets to wear over our heads?
Well, so if you outline that, he's like, "Oh no, I got it all," and like so, when you go down to the lower floor, like he starts unpacking some of the boxes, and there's like some surplus Chironite like jungle fighting gear, perhaps from that war in space Vietnam.
Please?
Does that
Um,
include additional weapons?
Yes, but they're all Lugers.
This dude has a stockpile of Lugers.
Yeah, he's got like 8 Lugers and like 2 clips for
that's
each.
Lugaricious.
Yeah.
If there's anything that we need to make sure that we have, do you have flares? We could probably get some from the ship if we have to, but fire. Animals fear fire.
Yeah, so he's got a couple of flares, like the road flare ones. He doesn't have any flare launchers.
Yeah, that makes sense. That
Uh,
should
Still help.
and yeah, there's some bug spray and some like mosquito nets and some hiking boots, though. Uh, the sizes are not the greatest range.
I have most of the time, my guy wears white silk suits, but I do have a set of hiking stuff because I go bird watching.
But yeah,
So,
he offhandedly mentions that yeah, these are from like the Uber Marines or whatever, and that that foot size is a disqualifying factor. So yeah.
gotta love the cherries. All right, let's outfit up and then we can. Do you have a very, very, very? I assume this place is secure, extremely secure. You can lock it. It took you like 5 minutes to unlock all those the locks on your door there, right?
Yes.
So can I leave something here and be sure that it will be secure?
Unless they break through the upper floor, and he's like, in fact, oh, we're not leaving by the front door either.
Hmm,
Moves
I
some,
guess I'll just take it with me. It'll be fine.
but no. So he was gonna move some boxes and reveal that these got a little like basement area that has a little tiny rowboat.
Wow, this guy's prepared.
Yeah.
Do we have food and water that we're taking with us?
He had some
I
food
have
and water,
I have a
but
I have a flask, but that that doesn't have water in it.
he does have some food and water. But it's not good for any extended time in the jungle. Like,
I'll have to do this quickly then.
yeah. So if y'all end up getting lost for days, y'all might be in trouble. But
There are any number of things we could kill and eat in the jungle.
yeah.
I'm sure
So
we won't get lost.
so he
Jungles
pulls
are
out a bit of a
notoriously
map,
easy to navigate.
and I meant to draw it, but it never happened. So just have to imagine. But it shows you the island and like where he's at, and y'all are basically gonna row a bit up the coast just so no one really sees y'all. And you're gonna bushwhack due west from where you tie up the rowboat, and then uh, going to bushwhack, yeah, to the railroad, and then just follow that to the mine.
Well, seems like a fun adventure.
Yeah, the part he thinks the most likely part where you might get lost is getting back to the boat, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, we'll just mark trees as we go.
Yeah, well, there should be and yeah, he does dole out a few machetes.
Oh, nifty.
Yeah,
Huh, another sword.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll take one of those.
I'm not going to be hacking brush with a katana. You know, it's a little bit disgraceful.
Katie will take one, holding it sort of gingerly. Is this how you're supposed to hold it?
But yeah, he's glad that we're leaving now because the sundowner apes are actually more active the closer to sunset. They're semi-nocturnal.
Hence the name.
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Makes
Then we
sense.
best make good time. Let's
Yep.
go.
Yep. So y'all hop in the rowboat. He does not offer to row, so it's probably Jimmy and Pete.
Probably me. I was spent most of my years as a dockhand, so I've had to row boats.
Yeah.
quite a bit.
Perfect.
So I'll just do that. I'm kind of strong anyway.
It's just so
Yeah.
funny to imagine a rowboat in the weird space, but I don't know.
It just works.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to insist that they're fan boats, but they're still referred to as rowboats because everyone was transported from Vasca.
East.
Pete's the sort of guy who would just do it without
Yeah.
squabbling over it anyway. So
But yeah, y'all abscond down the coast a bit out of sight of town and uh, tie up to a tree that's like leaning over the side of the cliff. And yeah, it's bushwhacking time. So as you march into the dense jungle, thwacking at trees, who's leading the way? Is it because the doctor doesn't want to like lead, but he's fine being up in front.
That's fair. I'll take points since I'm the one who probably knows how to fight with a, a melee weapon the best if something were to go wrong.
yeah, if he knows where we're going, then it makes sense for you two to be up front. Then we'll have
Katie, and then you can take rear guard in case something sneaks up on us.
yeah, that
Yeah,
would be in the rear.
Yep.
yeah,
It'd
and
be rude to
so
have the lady in the back.
yeah, and the doc has his Luger pulled in one hand, and his other hand has a compass so that he can keep y'all going more or less due west. Uh, and it's kind of a miserable slog. And as you tromp through the jungle, you find your like pants soaked in mud up to nearly the knees. Firm, ground that would seem to be firm, you end up like sinking into it. It's pretty bad. And it would have been probably very miserable if y'all didn't have the like protection of the like mosquito repellent and other jungle gear that was supplied to you.
Glad we thought of it.
Yeah, the jungle does get like a little quieter as you move through it, but there's still all the sounds of tweeting birds and other animals. But you don't hear the turns, which makes sense. They'd been said to be nocturnal, and the the doc probably regales you with useless trivia about this plant or that as he's walking. Do you have anything to discuss, or is it just thwacking away?
There, just to be safe, is there anything here safely edible with minimal preparation? Some sort of root, perhaps, or I've never had to do it myself, but I hear that we can squeeze moisture out of roots if we're in dire need of water. Are there
Um,
any such things here?
well, if we get a little further inland, he hears that there's several types of fruit trees. Uh, but all this land is more recent growth uh, than the last 40 years. It used to be clearer farther up the island.
I see.
That's what his father's notes had said. And he points out, maybe a couple flowers. Those are probably edible.
No,
Yeah, But yeah, and y'all make it through, and it takes you like a couple hours to cover a couple miles just because it's so dense. And then y'all find the train tracks, and they've got little trees going and bushes growing up in them, so it's kind of uh, it's not like following a game trail through the woods, but it's better than what y'all were doing.
The how old do the trees and stuff look? Because this should have been stopped. What? How long ago? So what? 10, 20 years ago they shut down the mine.
Yeah.
Okay, and the trees are the right sort of.
Yeah, they're roughly the right size. The ones growing on the tracks are all like scrubby small things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a decent impression of it.
Yep. Okay.
All right, we'll thwack our way along.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yeah, you travel along and roll observation. Uh, y'all have been at it for several hours, and at this point, do do do.
I did a good
Oh
job of
no!
observing little.
Yeah.
Oh no!
You get like that like tingly feeling on the back of your neck, but when you like turn around and look everywhere, there's nothing.
Like we're being watched.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's just a feeling, like
Mm, wish we had Harry with us.
I'm sure there's nothing wrong. It's just it's just a feeling, you know.
Yeah, that weirdo could smell danger from 100 yards.
And we wouldn't be able to smell anything over his stench.
Well,
kick.
good point.
I'm sure the reason he's not with us is not because he could smell danger and thought this was a dangerous thing.
The scene cuts to Harry, who's got his nose in like the largest pile of cocaine he could find on the island.
Bastard. Yeah, we should leave him. We should just leave him here when we leave this guy. He'll be fine. All right,
uh,
let's just hope we don't get bushwhacked.
yeah, but y'all had begun the journey a little before noon, and judging by the sun's distance, it's several hours after, like maybe 3:30 when you come to where the train track ends, and there's still a cleared space after where the jungle ends, and it's mostly just grasses and like smaller shrubs as you come to, it's clearly like a mine. You know how they dig out the ground. Let me pull up a picture. And then, it's got water in the bottom. Yeah, one of these. Ah, open the image, you bastards. It's like one of that, but with more jungle around it.
And the water in the bottom.
Yeah, water at the bottom. Small little lake. Um, you do see like where the train tracks continue on into like a building, and there's very obviously like a loading crane of some sort going over there.
Okay,
Yep.
and how unused does that loading crane appear?
It is rusted as shit. Like everything
Mm.
has a pretty strong like veneer of rust on it. Though the building like that the train tracks go into seems still pretty sound.
Hmm. Probably must have been an important storage area. They must have used some very sturdy, long-lasting materials on that one. We should
Yeah.
check that one out, I think.
But yeah, the scientist man has like binoculars and he's looking around for anywhere where there might be like a an open face of the minerals that he could like access. muttering to himself in Chironite. I don't see any, that sort of thing. What do y'all want to do?
We should keep. Oh, I hate to say this. We should split up the party.
Okay.
Because we can't lose the doctor guy, and he's going to be out here. But if that storage shed, I'm guessing that's where the train tracks are going, into storage or into the mine itself. That's going to have probably what we want.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Let's
uh,
see. I'll stand watch. I have binoculars, and right. And if I see anything, if a horde of apes appears out of the mist, I'll just fire off my gun.
the
Okay.
um, yeah. So the doctor points at a spot, like down, this, mine hill thing, and is like, I think I see a good section right there. Watch me while I go, extract it. And he has like a geology hammer. And he starts, clamber down.
Hmm.
And Pete and Katie are gonna go check out the uh, warehouse area.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll try to maintain a location where I can keep an eye on both groups while also, doing Overwatch essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the warehouse has, it has the crane. It has like a roof that can be, moved aside. It looked like, though part of it's like collapsed in. Uh, from all the like rain and rust. And there's some like mining carts. It like the train tracks weren't like they didn't have a like big train. It was just one of those like push cart things where you work the lever up and down. Uh, and yes, it has these like mining carts, and most of them are empty. There's like some fine white dust at the bottom. Uh,
So are there any that have anything in them, or are they all pretty much empty?
they're all pretty much empty. Roll observation to find anything uh, that might have been missed. Boop.
Not really sure what we'd be
We're not.
looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All this looks like, mining equipment to y'all. But
Okay.
there, you like as y'all explore the room, you do notice that there is this uh, door that's locked and chained shut.
Hmm. And that's probably like not rusted, is it?
No, not rusted. It's like in a pretty like it's in one of the corners of the warehouse. Uh, Judging, just from you were outside and with your engineering mind, you figure it's about a 10 by 10 like section that's been chained off.
How
I wonder
sturdy
why
does the
they've.
chain look? Do you think we could smash it?
It's a pretty thick chain, but
Yeah.
there might be something around to smash it.
I might be able to, but it'll take some time.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Katie might be able to engineer a way to break it
My
or bypass
question
it.
though is that they've chained this up, which means they didn't think the lock was enough.
Yep.
Either there's something valuable inside, or there's something dangerous inside,
Yeah, it's I should note
or
that the
both.
doors, looking at them, they're the sort that sort of slide apart. So if you took it and it wasn't locked and chained, you could slide it up all the way apart and have a really large access door.
What is the door made of?
It's steel.
Okay.
Hmm.
And the outer part of the building was like that steel siding stuff.
Yeah. Does the track go through the door, popped up to the door, or is it just
There,
stop somewhere inside?
there is a section of the track that breaks off, and it looks like you could take a cart back here.
But it goes through the door.
Yeah.
The sliding door.
Like there's a couple spots where it looks like uh, in other parts of the room that where there's extra track, but it's more or less for cart storage.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Well, Katie, what do you think? I think we
I,
need to get
th-
in there, but I don't know how.
I think we do, but I think there's probably something probably
Uh,
dangerous behind it.
so Jimmy, while you're standing watch, they're inside poking around. You're watching the doctor clamber down the last of the cliffs, and he's getting out his pickaxe and whacking away at it. Uh, you get that tingling feeling on your neck again. Roll observation again.
This time he'll see something.
Yes. So in the shadow of a bush, you saw some movement. But when you turn to face it, there's nothing there. Like you have full view of this like bush, uh, and then you see out of the corner of your eye and the shadow of another bush movement, and same deal.
All right. I will whistle loudly.
Yeah, inside people, you hear a whistle from your friend. The German seems not to hear as he's thwacking away at a rock, probably.
Well, if that's a signal, then we need to get
Yeah.
back there right away, Katie.
Yep.
Because as we run back there, I'm going to make sure I have my pistol drawn in one hand, and I was using the machete to clear a way through here, so I'll have the machete in my other hand. I guess my stick is tucked into my pants somehow. I don't have a strap for it.
All right.
And
Time for
he'll
some
also draw
monkey
her
business.
pistol then. Though she hopes she doesn't have to use it.
I hope you're able to use it. Just don't just run into danger and go hide behind your daddy's stall helm.
But yeah, so before they can arrive, you as you turn again towards another shadow that you'd seen in the bush, you clearly see like a white face poking out. What do you do?
Draw my sword.
Draw your sword. Uh, the face is gone like as soon as you draw, and you're still like whipping around trying to find where it went. Uh, yeah, your friends have joined you.
What happened?
What's going
Some,
on?
there's something out there. I think it's human.
Human.
I saw a face.
Oh,
Ugh.
okay. And that's it.
Tiberius, monkeys have
Okay.
faces, I know that much about
What?
taxidermy.
Well, they're not white. It was well, I don't think they are.
Yeah,
No,
so
gorillas have dark
White
black
faces.
masks, right?
White faces. The Montgomerys and
Montegros.
the Montagues and the Redfields
Redfields.
are blue and red, right? They're not white skinned, are they?
Well, I think their hair is like
what?
red. I
Yeah,
think they themselves are Caucasoid.
yeah.
That's right. The blue guys are extremely pale.
Yep. It could be that our
Yeah.
friends, the Montegrews, have had someone tracking us.
How? We took a boat here.
This is a good This is a good
Well-
question. The upside means that it's not gorillas. At least I
Huh.
hope it's not. Do they make white gorillas? Vulcans.
Make white
Well,
bears.
If it's the Montegrews, they're sort of friendly with you guys, aren't they?
Yes, to a degree.
Should
So
we
that'll be fine.
should we
then.
call to them?
I'm not
What do you
sure.
think?
Where's
As-
the doctor?
The doctor's like holding up a rock as he's like making up his way. It's like he's got the rock he wanted.
Okay.
Good, we got that. But why would they be following you?
Why not? We're outsiders. We're going into the woods where their livelihood was or is. It's obviously that there's something they're not telling us.
Yes, I know that. But why would they be expecting that? They followed us to. They would have followed us. If they'd followed us, they would have followed us to the lighthouse, right?
I
And then they
imagine
would've-
that Mr. Egon is not exactly subtle about wanting to go to the mines.
Yeah, but
He's
why
probably
would-
attempted it multiple times. If we've then gone missing, it would make sense that they would have someone watching the mines, though how they got past the gorillas. Maybe the gorillas just aren't active because it's too early in the day.
Maybe there are more
What if-
humans than the two groups that we know of.
Oh, also
that
possible.
could be it too.
Either
I
way,
don't.
we need to make sure we're safe here. So
Yes, unless they. Huh, what am I talking about? Even if they have guns, I'm not particularly concerned. But if they catch one of you off and they off alone, bad things might happen. What did you find back there?
We found a locked door. It was chained as well. It's a very big door. Talking. Katie's gonna just sort of gesture, sort of show how big it was. Made of steel, just inside that, and the lock's. It's not really damaged. I don't think they're
what was that?
maintaining it.
What?
There's a face back there. The way we came.
Well,
Where'd it go?
Katie's
Right,
gonna
I'm
turn
waving
around.
my gun in that direction.
I DM'd raid something, so
oh shit! What did it look like?
A white face.
God
That was
damn
all I
it!
could. That was all I could tell. But it
What
wasn't.
back? Was it back in the tunnels that you went? Is that where he's like pointing like to wherever it is that
Yeah.
they had been?
Yeah, I swear it was behind us. So now I'm turning around extra quick and I'm scared.
Like I will actually like just stop moving entirely and think for like several seconds. Okay, we need to stay in the light.
In the
If
light.
there's
Okay.
stay in the light, there's something in there. There's something in the mines. That has to be what this is. Something that's think about it. The blood apes are nocturnal. And whatever's doing this has been staying in the shadows. Something's going on here. We can't go in any further in there. Or if we do, we're going to need to stay very closely together. We're in a mine. Mines have explosives. We could just blow that door open.
If there's something in there, probably don't want to blow the door open, do we?
It's a rather big
Ye-
door.
Egon has the rock that he needs. Yes, he
Yeah.
found his moonstone,
yeah.
That's true.
Well, Egon
and we don't need
gets
to
back.
be here.
Well, he gets back up and he has his rock, but it looks more like the first rock than the second or the third rock he'd showed you.
That's not the super pure stuff.
Yeah, it's a fucking rock, he says. A rock, you could find this anywhere.
Uh,
So we still need
But I
to
mean,
find it then, don't we?
it's
The
like a white. It's still a white rock, right? But it's like chalk or something.
so
All right.
we still need to go into the mines and find the right stuff then.
Yeah, and he's like, what's what's got y'all all tense up?
There's
There's
some
something
things
out
watching
there.
us.
There are faces out there in the dark.
Uh,
Under no circumstances can we be here when the sun goes down.
I
What
was,
time is it? What time is it?
it's like 3 or 4. You still got a couple hours. It's let's say it's like a little later in the spring, so it doesn't get dark till like 8.
Took us hours of trudging through the mud to reach this blasted place.
Yeah, it will probably be
can't-
dark on your way back, at least at some portion.
Fine, we could just move quickly. We've already done most of the hacking. We just have to follow the way that we already cleared.
Um, this is this this a foolish idea, but we could hide in the mines. There's only one door. They've locked that off. We just have to go in and keep an eye on that door. Then the apes won't come in, and whoever's out there.
These assumptions will get us killed. You don't know if it's apes. We don't know what it is or what lies beyond that door. And while we're at it, Egon,
True.
you can use that pickaxe on the chain. We'll probably have better progress than we would. I didn't see any explosives in there.
Yeah, the explosives don't seem to be in the main room. They might be in this little side area that's been, you know, locked
Should
up.
we head back inside towards where that stuff is and not be
Let's
out in
do
the
it.
jungle?
A good idea. I have a flashlight. Oh,
Okay.
No, I don't. I'm gonna keep scanning with that gun at the ready and a machete in
yeah,
my other
so
hand.
Egon, so y'all get over to the, chained up door. Y'all are checking around everywhere to make sure. And well, Egon professes he's not that strong, so if one of y'all want to have a go at the chain, though he
he,
suggests probably hitting the lock with it would, like, the chain. The door is locked, and then the chain is, round and also locked.
I'm picturing it in kind of the simplified way that you always see in media where there's just a big padlock. You just whack it. Um, yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll put my gun away. Under no circumstances am I giving the cover knight a gun, but he probably has a Luger 7.
I
I'll
roll
take.
athletics with like a +2 for pickaxe.
Alrighty. 3. Athletics uses mobility, so that's.
Well, athletics can use strength or mobility or agility. I let you pick how you pick this lock with a pickaxe.
How will I pick it?
Yes.
So while
Well,
I'm
I
doing
should ask
this,
you
what's
that
your plan,
question.
guys?
Um,
I'll
we've
watch
got
the
to.
entrance.
I'm gonna keep
So
around.
standing there in Vom tag, just waiting.
I
Um.
got 6 successes.
Okay. So you get it open, but it's like a good 6 whacks with your pickaxe. On the 5th one, the Chironite yells out, Scheiße, and fires into the darkness. What the fuck was that?
Oh, I cringe instinctively, like my shoulders
Yeah,
come up
yeah.
to my
No, it
ears.
was loud. You're inside like a building, and I mean the building has holes in it from like rust and decay, but it's still. He fired it like 2 feet from you.
Jesus Christ! I don't think I can hear anything but the ringing in my ears right now.
There was a fucking. There was a white face. Uh, you don't think he managed to shoot anything, so. But the doors, like, you've got it open, you're unraveling the chains and sliding it open, and on the other side of it is an elevator.
Kidding
Okay.
me. Wait,
Is
maybe
this
this thing was sealed for a reason.
no, that couldn't have been the case at all. There's no reason. It's not like Katie
Oh,
was telling us about that earlier. I'm a
okay.
little
So it's
upset
like some sort of
having
freight
had it gun
elevator.
off.
All right, let's go down.
Yeah.
Wait. I want to check the elevator first before we get into it. It
That's
looks
true.
dirty.
Yep, it
Is there
looks.
any obvious?
Is it electrical or is it like a pulley system or
Katie looks at it. It looks like it's like weight based. So you might have to actually get one of the carts on it to have enough weight to go down.
Here's a question, Katie. Just looking at this from up here, do you think you could prevent this thing from working? If you had to just jam the mechanism, could you do it? We have a bunch of chain.
I could try.
I'm saying if we find something down there and barely escape, I'd like to make sure no one can ever bring this thing down there again.
Yeah. I think I could probably do that.
All right. Well, let's not do it yet. Let's head down there.
Yeah, and so you'll have to grab one of the carts, and it makes a horrendous noise as you roll it into the thing.
Fuck.
And then there's
All
like
right.
just a release, and you pull the release, and it slowly starts going down.
All right. Keep your eyes peeled, fellas.
Okay.
I'm gonna shove this pickaxe back into Egon's hand, and take my gun out and my swagger stick because I realize being in such a high stress situation, I'm reverting to what I know. I don't know machete. I know stick.
Did you secure
Nice.
the door? I didn't catch that. If you did.
Like lock it behind us.
Yeah. Like it's got basically it's
I did not think about that. Maybe someone else is wiser.
on both ends. It's both basically the same, where it's just two big handles that let you pull it apart, so you can chain it from the inside. So
How we could chain it from the inside?
you can't
How
lock
long
it
will that?
from the inside, but
How long will that take us to do? Both to do it and to take it off?
a minute.
A minute.
Yeah, you're just wrapping a
Yeah.
8-foot chain around two handles.
What do you think, guys? Should we try and chain the door shut?
From the
It'll take
inside,
some time.
absolutely.
It'll take some time to get
Who
it
cares?
off.
Who cares about time?
Well,
Let's do it, Katie.
Okay.
We'll work together to do that.
If anything is going to be fighting us when we're trying to open this door, it means that it's going to be on the elevator with us for however long it takes the elevator to get up to begin with. If a minute's difference would matter, we'd already be dead.
Okay.
In true movie fashion, the moment we secure this door, there's going to be banging. So
Yes.
Yeah, the entire the entire rules of nature track has to play as you fight up the elevator.
I've seen a Charlie Chaplin, or I guess in this universe he wouldn't be that, Charlie Bishop movies before. So I know how this goes.
Jimmy and Pete are like, we can only full dice defend so many times. God damn. But yeah.
So many have burned, but nobody is to blame.
Yeah. But yeah, you descend down the dark elevator shaft slowly. It seems to be relatively deep, and then y'all hit the bottom, and Kitty puts the brake on.
We have a flashlight as a light source. Do we have any other
Yep.
light source?
We have flares.
Y'all flares. There were probably a couple flashlights in all the jungle gear. Y'all probably at least the doctor has one.
Yeah,
With-
save the flares in case like we get attacked by apes.
Yeah.
Or we have some real important use for them.
We should definitely have at least 2 light sources.
All right.
Yeah, and so while you're down here, and there's clearly this section for a minecarts to go down, and there's also stairs that like track alongside of it for like human traffic. And if anyone wants to roll me like intellect, uh, do
Yep.
do.
While we're talking about light sources, I want to, if we have like a third flashlight for me, I want to change what I'm holding here to have a flashlight and my stick in hand. Because one, firing a gun down here would be not fun.
Not fun.
And also, I would be anything that's a danger would probably be within clubbing range.
But besides int, if you have knowledge, history, or nature, that would also apply. Otherwise, it's just pure int.
Okay, let me see. I've got one knowledge. History. I don't have any knowledge. Nature. Okay. I can't believe I'm only rolling 7 dice here, bros.
But yeah, if I can get a flashlight as well, then I'll be doing that.
Okay, 3 successes.
Okay. Yep. You have a flashlight.
I'm sorry you have to do that thing, Jimmy, of leaving and rejoining. It must suck.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Oh no, it hasn't worked.
Oh whoa.
So 3 successes on the
successes, yeah.
knowledge. Yep.
So while y'all are walking down these stairs into the deep unknown, you're just looking around and you're just the stairs are considerably older than the mine tracks.
Are the stairs made of material, or are they like carved out of the rock?
They're carved out of the rock, and like they have like divots in the center from where people step that have been carved by like years
Thousands
and
of footsteps.
years, of steps. And the mine, Moonstone Mine was not open that long.
I'm going to point that out. Because this
But,
must have been used for something else before the Moonstone. Look at these steps.
What do you
People
think it
must have
was?
I don't know. It's got to be something they've been going underground for.
I'll turn to Pete and say, I'll bet 2 francs that this place used to be some kind of ancient pagan temple.
Mm. I don't take bets. I'm sure to lose.
Well, let's check it out. Once we find an altar with human brains on it or whatever, we can get the fuck out of here.
Not
But
this realm.
I like the idea that like this is now the age of like pulp stories. So like everyone has read like Space Conan the Barbarian. It's like I know what's going on here. We've played this game before.
But
Yep.
then I've got a question.
Go for it.
Let's suppose this is one of those pagan temples. Surely they'd have destroyed it when it became mine.
Oh yeah, why would the good Genosian / Sahakulist people of this cursed island tolerate a pagan temple?
I'm not talking about the island so much. Thinking about it was being used by the Albish, wasn't it?
Was
Good point.
the
You think they'd have let them keep their stuff?
and who's okay? So your order, is it the same as the jungle, where it's Jimbo out front, Doctor Pete, Katie?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or I think Dr. Katie Pete.
And although I understand it's hard to be stealthy underground because of sound and such, I have a little bit of training in stealth. So if there's some way I can tell everybody to like walk in a certain way that would be quieter.
Yeah.
Because I don't know this stuff in real life, but
We're not
something
just
like that.
we're not banging around and being super obvious.
Yeah,
I've
you
got a
probably tell them not to like heel strike on the steps or something.
Yeah.
Walk on your toes.
Don't whisper. Just talk very, very quietly. Whispering carries.
I'm pretty sure this place is super honorable.
Yes, well, that is why we are delving into its depths to find things of value that are worth retrieving.
Yep.
All this for a rock.
But yeah, you keep walking, down into the place, and you find a section that's been carved out that's a little larger, and it seems to be some sort of storage place. There's headlamps and hard hats, and roll observation to find anything beyond that.
Dun, dun, dun.
Would that be all of us, or just Jingo as the point man?
All of it. Y'all are all in this room. It's rather large storage room. Yeah, so you managed to find 5, count them, 5 sticks of dynamite that were not cleared out.
Hello.
And then as well, there appears to be uh, a torch, like
Like an old timey torch?
no, like it's not the welding ones, it's like a cutting
Oh, it's
torch.
like an acetylene torch. Yeah.
Yeah, which they actually had back then.
Hello.
Uh,
Settling torch?
yeah,
An acetylene torch. Yeah.
What is that?
you
A,
cut
a, a
this.
blowtorch, a cutting torch.
Yeah.
It's not really
Yeah.
for welding. I've actually used acetylene torches before. It's not really for welding, but
I
it will
have.
cut the shit through stuff.
I have as well.
Yeah. They're
I
nifty.
guess I haven't realized that there was a difference between the two, but in my head I know welding things shut, but also cutting things open. Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Does it have any of its fuel still?
Yeah, the gauge reads like 3/4 full.
This is
Okay.
potentially useful.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we can carry this with us, but
Yeah, it's
Pete,
it's not
maybe
like a
not.
takes
giant,
It's not like a
like a
giant
shaft.
one, but it would be awkward to tote around.
Pete takes a deep breath and says out loud, but quietly, "Why would they leave this behind?"
Someone
Maybe
forgot
they
it.
expected to come back in,
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
or it
that's
might have
true.
just been
People
too
leave
heavy.
things people leave things behind all the time. Particularly un particularly untrained assistants.
Oh yeah, if they just didn't know how to use it, they might have just left it here because they weren't sure what it was.
It's just
These explanations soothe me.
it's
All right.
just they're just
um,
careless. That's it.
Yeah.
but yeah,
Take the bombs. Leave
Yeah.
the torch.
yep. And y'all can put on hard hats if you want. The ceiling
Yep.
is low, but not that low.
So probably a good idea. Even
Safety first, kiddos.
The words of
Yeah.
an ancient playboy come to my mind. Yes, we should put on the damn helmet.
uh,
How long have I been doing this? It's been like 10 fucking years. I'm gonna put on a helmet.
the the cave is kind of like unsettling quiet after like being in the jungle, which was had a cacophony of noises.
Yeah,
And
I'm
here
gonna
it's
take
just
one stick of dynamite. I'll make sure I record that on my sheet. It's tucked into my back pocket.
I will also probably take one of those headlamps or two. They still work?
yeah,
Okay, that
Sorry
might
to
be a
cut
good
you
idea.
off with that, GM.
no worries.
Excellent. We should take the
Probably
rest of
not.
the dynamite and bundle it up together in case we need to like actually use it for what dynamite is intended for. Where you get like 8 of them together, and then, or I guess in our case, this case 4.
Do
And
we
then if
have
we
any
have to,
cord?
Yeah, they have an amount of cord you can adjust it, but
perfect.
I don't think any of y'all have experience in demolition, so it'll just kind of be a guess.
Not unless like tactics foot counts, which I don't
Uh,
think it would.
no, you would have been using more modern explosives
Hmm.
designed for murder.
And
So,
grenades.
Yeah.
Ray's taking one of the sticks, and did you say you were taking the others, Jimmy?
Yeah, that's the idea. 'Cause just throwing sticks of dynamite at something is not like a super good call. We should think of
No,
this more as a tool for if we have to remove or create an obstacle.
Yeah. But yeah, the tracks continue a way down, and there is like and you come to a metal wall, and this seems to have been fitted into the original cave shaft at some point. You know, it's snug up against the walls. It's caulked in, and there used to be like a passage through for the minecart, and there used to be a door for like pedestrians. Both of those have been welded shut.
These.
If only we had like a acetylene torch or something similar to that in order to cut through this.
how convenient that they left the cut open part right outside of the welded shut parts.
Yes.
Are we sure we need to go in here? Is there any other way?
Who was last in line again?
Me.
Uh,
I'm rearmost.
yeah. So, a a a whisper in your ear. Open it. And you have that tingling feeling on the back of your neck.
Well, I'm
There,
making sure to
there's
look
nothing there
around.
if you turn around.
What did it say? Or I can't. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I can hear it. I'm not even sure I hear it. It's more like it's a scratch in your head. Kind of like after you've had a piece of masonry fall on you.
Well, you have a hard hat, so it's fine.
They
Well,
kind of gone through the door that easily. We'd have heard that. You know, if they were pulling apart the chain, we
That means
I'm
if
sure
there's
we'd hear
something
that.
here, it was already in here with us. Or
they phase through walls.
in which case this door is no obstacle to them.
Then why would they have welded it shut? Except out of fear, perhaps? Or
Maybe there's something else. Or maybe it's just to keep intruders out. Well, let's get the torch. Let's see.
there's no other way forward. While you guys are doing that, I have an idea. If I could take one of your flashlights and stick it a little bit further behind us, just like laying on the ground, kind of get more light further out while I'm still standing next to you guys.
That's a good
Why don't
idea.
we
There
why don't
were
we
a
set up
number
one
of
of the
headlamps.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We will do that. And then we will,
Mhm.
also move back and cover that torch.
Still keep looking up, down,
So y'all
left, right.
go and fetch the torch.
Yeah.
Bring it back. Do you want to open the pedestrian door or the big one?
I would say the pedestrian door.
Pedestrian door,
Okey-dokey.
not.
We're not stupid. I guess we are stupid actually because we're doing this at all, but we're not that stupid. I'm not gonna get some water.
Okay, no worries. I guess Katie would roll engineering. See how fast this goes.
Okay. Only 3. I am ashamed.
Yeah. You have some hiccups with it. Like nothing too bad, but you have to like whack it a few times when the torch goes out. So it takes you like longer than it should. It's about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You figure? It's hard to tell down here in the dark. But yeah, you have it open, and it more or less you push it in and it kind of falls because they had welded the hinges and such shut as well, so you had to cut through that.
how full is the fuel gauge now?
It is below half.
Okay. Below half full. And this.
But yeah, it's kind of awkward. So
Yeah.
it's like a mix of two gases, and they're like on a little cart that are about 4 feet tall. And so taking them up and down the stairs is kind of a pain.
Yeah.
Which is probably why it got left.
That would make sense.
Let's leave it here for now so it doesn't make too much noise. And if we need it, we can come back and have
Yeah.
2 or 3 people move it down. Let's keep going.
I think that's an idea, yeah.
Burning daylight here, people.
But yeah, and you trudge through the door, and with your lights facing backwards occasionally, and the cave opens up, and you enter into like a big antechamber, and you notice there's a lot of stone architecture in here. Like there's like stone benches and such. And Jimmy and smells something. It's a particular smell that he has smelled several times before. Tar. Babble tar.
Instant freeze. Oh no.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Tar. They'll like turn back, like horror movie Sting moment. Babble tar.
Abeltar?
Blasted Chironite weapon is here.
Yes. Oh no. There are very few natural sources of babble tar, and I find it deeply unlikely that someone would have transported it into this shithole just to leave it here. Oh, this explains a lot.
I'm going to wave my flashlight all around this new area
Yeah,
and try to spot what's going on.
So you, like I said, you're in an antechamber, and you sort of, as you shine your light around, you notice that this area you're on is sort of a raised like platform, and that down below it, bubbling away, is a lake of tar. A whole ass like lake. As
Oh
big
my
Lake.
god.
Not a pond,
Yeah.
not a river.
Yeah, no,
It's
this is
a
a big
lake.
river.
It's a babble pit.
What?
Stop here. Egon, what do you know about this? Science man,
Shrugs.
save me.
He's like, I'm a geology professor.
Yeah, this is more of an eschatologist thing.
Yeah.
This stuff is God in liquid form. If it's here, this explains a lot. It explains why they stopped mining, for one thing. But this looks like it's the older part. They must have known this was here the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is going on?
As Pete continues to look around, he has a momentary like jump of fright, because he thinks he sees the white mask-like face again in the tar, but no.
Thank you for not sending me that picture again. That actually fucking scared me.
Oh no.
I'll send it to the chat
Wait.
because it was good. You see, but
Spoiler it. It's scary.
you see
Which one
a
is it?
human skull. How do you spoiler again?
Just,
if you post a picture, there's a little checkbox that
Yeah.
says spoiler.
Oh, okay.
Kind of looks like a Queen album in retrospect, which makes it less scary, but still.
Yeah, I just sent
Thanks.
that. I sent that to him. I say, see this in the
I just-
darkness of the warehouse.
I was just like, oh, Pat sent me a message. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry,
There's
you were
an
saying.
upside. At least it's not Grooves.
Instead of this, you see a
What is a
skull.
grue? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I see
He
a
said
skull.
his skull. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
And yeah,
That's
as,
not
as
what
you
he
look
drew.
around, you see like sort of bubbling up and in and out of the Babel tar are human bones.
Oh, jeez. Are you guys seeing this? It looks
Yep.
like someone went for.
Do
Oh,
we all
Pete,
see it?
And I'll
Pete,
note
Pete would have make a joke
you're
about
still
that.
just like in the first part of this room because y'all just froze.
Uh,
How much
okay.
like walking area does it look like we have here?
Yeah.
Like how
So
far can we?
the first area we come in is probably only about like 8 feet wide. You know, enough for the cart and then the walking path. But then as it gets onto this platform, you're not sure how it's raised. There might be like stone pillars beneath it. Uh, but it like widens out into like a circular disc, and like like I said, you see some benches, some stone arches, and some other stuff that's like blocking your view further into this room.
Well, Abaltar isn't too dangerous on its own. Just don't fall in. They say that ancient people used to do human sacrifices by throwing them into Babel pits. I'm told it's not a pleasant way to die.
And behold,
Well,
human
unless they.
bones in the Babel pit.
The only
So,
other way that would have happened is if they found the bones first and chucked them in. I don't think they would have done that.
yep,
The savagery of people knows no bounds.
isn't that the truth?
Good lord, I don't know why, but the heater in the house
Uh,
is pumping hot air into my room. It's fucking
so
miserable.
what is this Babeltar?
What? It's it. How do you not know that, young lady?
He's been spared the horrors of this world. Oh, bless your heart.
Babeltar. It's a substance of, well, many, including my own sect, believe that it holds religious importance. It's spiritual energy made manifest. If you drink small quantities of it, and I have, it causes you to experience this kind of like stare blankly at the tar for a minute. Something, something very strange, and then it changes you. Supposedly, Autarch von Richthofen fell into a pool of it and emerged, and now he's immortal. I don't know how true that is. I've never heard of it happening to anyone else, but the stuff is mysterious, powerful, dangerous, extremely valuable. It is
When
also used in weapons.
when the Kyra Knights ran over my country and murdered my family, they used this to strip their souls out of their bodies. They wouldn't leave them dead in the streets.
The uh, Egon is sort of crouched at the edge of the platform with his notebook and his headlamp pointed towards it as he writes many notes.
Do I only see the one skull?
No. Like the skull like comes out of the tar but then sinks back in, and then there's more bones elsewhere. Imagine those
So lots,
Los Angeles tar pits.
so lots of people must have been killed here, right?
Yeah, and I mean a couple of them don't look like human, you know.
They look like Redfields then, or Montegrews.
You got a couple of these bad boys.
Ape-looking skulls.
Yeah.
Australopithecus.
Do animals know about tar? Do they have an instinct to avoid it?
Uh, Babeltar? I mean, yes and no. They're just animals, but I've heard of things being preserved in tar pits before.
So there's no telling how old these are.
Yeah.
It's a distressing notion.
Well, are we
Well, yeah.
stuck here? Like,
No,
I
I
mean,
doubt
do we
that.
have any way back except the way we came?
Well,
If there's
so
a lake of tar here, like,
Yeah. After Egon's done writing his notes, like, well, why don't we continue? We're already here.
Continue where? Or do
Points.
you want to go for a swim?
Oh, he points forward. Like there's the
There
like
are
there's
arches
more to
away.
this room than just here. They're in the
Oh,
entryway.
we might as well. We're not going to get any less dead if there's something in here,
Yes, that's true.
or any
Yeah.
more dead.
Okay, let's keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
Then.
You walk through into through some arches and walls, and there's like I said, stone benches and what might have once been a fountain. It's hard to tell. And you think to yourself that someone out there would repeatedly call this architecture cyclopean.
Hmm.
Uh,
I wonder what this person would call their cat.
yes. Well, you're certain that their cat would have the word man in its name for sure.
Oh boy.
Actually
Uh,
makes me think more of Pathfinder than Lovecraft.
fair enough. Uh, but yeah, someone has jury rigged, put these mine tracks through, and they demolished some of the structures to make sure they kept going straight. And you're sort of following along with it, I suppose. Uh, sometimes you feel like you catch something out of your eye in the room, but it's hard to tell if it's the creature that's been like stalking you or if it's your own imagination. Uh, the thick stench of the tar on the air. It's kind of does something to your head where you feel a little lightheaded and not quite yourself. But yeah, and you come to like a dais, and like the mine tracks go right up to it, and there looks like there's a pedestal with a section for something to be there, but it's not there. But there is a small pile of rocks right under it, and Igor scuttles across the room quickly, holding it up. Ah, this is what I was looking for. Yes, yes. And then he, looks at the pedestal, like disappointed.
What's the problem, Egon?
It's not here.
What do you mean it is not here?
You just said you found it. Explain, Chironite.
The source of the moonstone. What could make moonstone so pure? What possible item could create anything so pure?
Oh,
Does
for
the moonstone
God's sake.
look like white, or what color is it?
It's kind of like off-white. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's like the moon.
Maybe the giant pit of black sucked out all the color, and all that's left was white.
No, it's
If
like no,
that's
he's holding up the pile. Where do you think that this came from? And he like just gesturing around the room. I was like, am I the only one here who knows what we were looking for? By God, an ash totem, you idiots!
Ash. Oh, for
ash,
Christ's sake.
an
Don't know what
ash
that is.
totem?
Those are mythological, Egon. I mean, it's possible that such a thing exists, but they don't produce moonstone.
No one's ever found one that has done so. But look, what could it possibly be? There's a hole cut in the dais for an object, a totem.
What's an ash totem?
They're cursed relics. When you possess one, you can't get rid of it anymore, and it makes things every so often. But in return, it curses you with, well, it curses you. Let's put it that way. If there was one here, well, it's gone.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
But wait. How does that curse work?
I'm
You
not
got
a
the ash totem. What if you die? You can't get rid of it. would be
presumably it would wait
children?
until someone picked it up, or oh, he'll actually like stop when you say that. Oh,
Whoa. What if we've got two groups here in this island who are I they seem pretty cursed, and there's
this shit just keeps getting worse.
they're both native, right? What
He's
if
gonna swallow kind of hard.
they're both from the same ancestor? Just two lines. Would it, if they can't get rid of it, w- wouldn't something like this make sense?
Now, one of us, it was either Jimmy or I, when we were in Monte Carlo's house, Montenegro, Monte something. I'm
Gimby,
sorry, I can't keep
I
it straight.
think, and the Sackville statue.
Yeah, you notice there was a weird ass fucking statue. Could that possibly have been an ash totem?
Well, from my recalling, this is out of character. Um, the guy said it was his brother's work. He'd made it,
Was heretical, kind of.
so it was heretical
You could have just
officially.
straight up lied.
Yeah,
Y'all had caught him being secretive about something, if I remember right.
Uh-oh,
Well,
that is true, but we didn't know what. We
there's
didn't really
plenty
want to
for a man to
push
be
the guy.
secretive about,
Well, is it
especially
about
showing your whole history.
was it about the size of this like dais slot thing?
You do think that the little cutout section where it would rest so it wouldn't like topple over looks about the same size, but that's just like eye estimate, you know.
Well, so there is pagan heresy down here, affronts to God, and there's something out
okay.
there that may not be human.
So this is because of the ash totem. Then we need to to destroy it, right? Can we destroy it? What do we do with an ash totem?
Well, they're not real, right? They're mythological. So, who knows?
Ye-
If he
Jimmy,
believes it's real, then
do the Templars have any like I thought you might have mentioned this have like a writing system that's unique to them?
oh yes, yeah, they have the hidden script.
Yeah. So while you're like discussing this, you glance to the side and you see a like little bit of rock, like about 3 feet from you, and it's very obviously freshly carved. And it says in the hidden script, "Hate is love."
I'll just stop like mid sentence and walk over to it and like kneel down. Hate is love.
One of the ways of five, isn't it?
Correct.
You
Also,
do
to
not know
turn
what
it over.
Babeltar is, but know what that
I think
is.
it's actually
I,
I think it's actually a turnabout on it, right?
Or
yeah,
yeah,
it's the
love
opposite
is
way
hate.
of the third way.
Yeah, it's a different ordering, but the interesting. I don't know what this means. Templars were here. If there was a pit of Babeltar this size, I imagine that the Templars would be interested in it, but
Once
they
I just get a go back.
would have done a little bit more than lock the place closed. Chiron would know about it. The Order would know about it at the very least. This is providence that I've ended up here. This is going to make my career. we've just found the largest battlefield outside of Chiron, possibly ever.
Not so fast now. If someone is scribed on this rock in your secret cult language, why did they leave?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
What would make someone whose entire spiel is dealing with this devil liquid decide to leave it be?
I mean,
The
there's an easy way I could find that out, but I logically probably shouldn't.
drink the tar.
I was thinking about it, but until we have some definite idea as to what's going on, that seems like a step in the careless direction. Let's put it that way.
Local man finds the sewer system, wants to drink it.
I need it.
So, have you told us about the message?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll explain and translate.
Okay.
Hate is love
Yeah.
is an inversion, though really more of an order flipping
Well, they're supposed to
of
be.
the third law.
Yeah, they're like tautologies, right? So
Yeah,
backwards and
it's
forward are correct.
yeah. It literally just it's just saying something that is inherently apodictically contradictory.
But
Up is down, left is right, love is hate. So I've always wondered if that one's an actual inherent negation. There's a lot of sort of theological discussion about this sort of thing.
Well,
Here's some glasses. Push them up on your
like
face.
like I said, when you're inspecting it, the like stone is still like loose, like the gravel, and there seems to be a few bits of like tar that are still stuck into it.
well, if it's an inversion, would that be something that everyone who could read it would know?
Well, I mean, if you know the hidden script, I imagine.
That's why I'm asking Tiberiu. Oh no, it's done the thing again.
Sorry. The hidden script isn't so much a language as it is a revelation. Anyone who's drunk the tar can read the hidden script. Even, we went to the Sudan Isles, not me personally, but there was an uncontacted tribe who had drunk the tar, and they were able to communicate in the script. So this is some heavy shit here, but believe me, it means what it says.
But what I mean is, you said it was an inversion of the usual way it's put.
It's just a restatement, but the facts are there, right? Love is hate. That means very clearly what it means. The point is that all the ways of five or the laws of the five are contradictory.
What does it matter if the heretic speaks backwards or forwards?
What if
Yes.
what if it's deliberate? What I mean is that
Well,
perhaps there's a message that they wanted to put down there, and they were worried, or they didn't want outsiders to know it. And I thought someone might be
let's
able to read
investigate.
it and not
Yeah.
understand that it was a secret message.
Well, let's investigate further. I'll pick around. You said there's like bits of tar there or whatever.
Yep.
See what is there anything further, but to sort of investigate if I clear stuff away.
I mean, so there's nothing else really with this particular thing. Like I said, it
Okay.
looks like it happened rather recently.
All right. Well, if there's one, there might be more. Let's keep looking.
Yeah. So as you wander around, Jimmy, well, Tiberio, whatever, happens to stumble upon several. The rest of you can't manage to find any. Um,
This is strange.
the
And it's recent. Like, how recent do we mean? Like, is the tar still wet?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like Pete swears he checked one of the places you found one, and that there was nothing there when he looked.
Is it there when I look now?
Yeah, I mean it's there, but like when you checked it like a moment ago, because y'all
It
kind of
wasn't.
split up just looking for him.
Okay.
Uh,
I think it's trying to communicate with us.
the first one after,
It?
yeah, the first thing you find after hate is love is not one of the laws. It's death is life.
Uh-oh.
The third one you find, which is the one that Pete swore he had checked already, is murder is birth.
Why don't you
Oh,
write a new one down? I am not scared.
all right. Oh, look at him. And I don't. Oh, I get it because it's a contradiction. Haha. Right. Actually, that's fair. I'll kneel down. I'll dip my sword in the tar, and then write. Fear is hope.
The room rumbles a bit.
Oh Jesus!
Oh,
Oh no!
Oh no.
We're dealing with demons here.
The But yeah, you don't find any more beyond the couple that you've.
all right. Let's get the
Hmm.
fuck out of here.
Uh,
Does tar
Wow,
tend
why?
to react with objects in a certain way? Like, would I expect a tar to like melt a stick or metal or something like that? Like, is writing a little bit with your sword like a bad idea? Is it gonna like ruin the edge or something? Is it like acid? Is it corrosive? Is what I'm getting at. To people maybe, but I mean to like objects.
I don't know.
It probably wouldn't be because if the skulls are
Well, yeah.
hopping
So
up and down there,
it'd melt through the island if it was that corrosive, right? Probably eventually, since it's been here forever.
yeah.
But
If we had wanted to like transport some out, just hypothetically, like would you just use like a metal cooking pot, and would that work, or would you expect that
yeah,
to not be a smart idea?
yeah. I mean, it would probably transport fine like that. Wiping it off, I imagine it'd burn a bit. Sort of
Yeah.
like.
Templars keep like little small amounts of it so they can do their weekly communion essentially of it.
Okay.
Ever- Maybe this stuff is like unusually pure or something. I don't know, but yeah, we could and probably should take a sample of it.
That way,
Okay.
everybody will believe us when we say we found this, and not have to trek through the jungle to the middle of nowhere, where they would probably figure we were just trying to murder them.
Now, I've got a question.
Um, Go for your
For
question, and then I have something to
Yeah.
interject. Y'all are all kind of like comparing notes before y'all leave, I assume.
yeah,
We're discussing
that
and
said, death
cultivating our
is
hope.
life and murder is birth. But have there been any murders or deaths recently? As
Has
far as you
there?
know?
As there? Let's see. Well,
Then there's a sailor who went missing, but
and someone who looked like he had been digging graves.
Yeah,
who
Rommel.
is that?
Dug it.
Wait, Rommel.
Yeah. Didn't we tell you earlier? Yeah, we saw him. He had blood and dirt and mud and stuff on his clothes.
It looked just like the grave diggers back in Arlon.
Okay, well, they kind of put. But why, though?
Well, that's
Why?
kind of what we're trying to figure out here, Katie.
Demon sacrifices, most like. I don't like it this one bit.
Yeah. It can't have been in here, though, right? That was sealed off. This
That
would
is
be the
probably
only
true.
entrance, right?
As far as we know.
Huh.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's possible that they've. I mean, for all we know, they have a pipeline somewhere chugging this stuff to the, to some other ritual site or something. But I don't really know how extensive a tar field is or can be.
There may not be a way to find out either. It's pitch black there.
Yeah. I should probably start making our way out of here
Yeah.
then.
Yep, I think we should probably check out. I'm going to I'll lean down and see if I can take a small sample of the stuff. I'll take one of my own Babel tart shots early and then just refill the container from this place.
This is instinctually revolting to me.
So, yeah, as
It's like you're huffing TNT.
as y'all are chatting, the Egon starts to pipe up. He's like, I really wanted to find the ash totem, but this is enough information that I think the U-boat captain will take us on. And as he's starting to tell you about that, y'all turn towards him. I imagine Pete, turns towards him because he's disgusted at the thought of Chironites getting their hands on more of this.
Oh no.
And at that, and so y'all are primed to see, you know, uh,
What happens
this
to him?
guy appear behind Egon, knife-like hands shoving through his chest as Egon turns to dust.
Dust?
Uh, 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 we gotta
Uh,
let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Right? Yeah, I was book it.
We're leaving. We're leaving.
Run. Yeah,
Yeah,
Katie,
run.
Trevor, run.
yeah. You,
Run.
you get you can see with your headlamps towards them. You can see bloodshot eyes and what had been black pits. And yeah, y'all are, I guess, running, which is smart.
Yeah.
Ah! Do 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 do.
At some point later on, when Panic disappears, he'll wonder where these bones are coming from if that guy just turned to dust. That'll be a question for later. But for now, leave.
Roll athletics.
Ha! Oh no. I
Um,
can't believe we're all gonna die here, bros.
as y'all have to pound up stairs, flights of it, running
My,
for running for your lives.
my athletics is pretty good, so I'm feeling pretty good about this one
So is
for
that
me.
agility, strength, or mobility, or choice?
It should be
Probably mobility if
Yeah,
we're running.
mobility for
Yeah.
this.
Oh no, I can't believe I'm the only one.
I can't believe the men are leaving the frail little woman.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So
Big soldier men are just like, see you later, weakling.
yeah, hilariously, Pete with his cane is lickety split up those stairs.
The cane isn't to help me walk; it's a
I
swagger
know.
stick.
I know.
Yeah. It's funny visually. The guy
Yeah, it
with
is.
the walk is just booking it.
Oh,
You just tuck it
I will
under.
I will slow down to stay behind Katie.
Yeah.
I'm scared out of my mind, man. I'm going.
I'm a Templar. Being afraid of dying is for pussies. You're not allowed to do that. I am in fact terrified, but the training holds true.
I'm just some guy.
Yeah. You've seen enough death in one lifetime. It's like, nope.
So
Uh,
I run back. I guess
yeah.
until something happens.
You were booking it, and I guess y'all do keep your head on a swivel and just still just trust that the stairs are equidistant, more or less. And they are. Wow, lucky. They don't
Yeah,
make them.
especially since it was carved in stone.
Yeah, they don't make them like they used to. Turns out. But yeah, Pete's pounding. Tiberius slows down to Katie's pace, which is still quite fast. You gotta figure.
Yeah.
And you have your head behind you, and you can see it's standing over the pile of ash, and then it disappears.
Oh,
And then it got closer to you, but because you were turned back around, not quite as close as probably it had been trying, stopping like where your light stops.
okay, okay. I'll light one of the flares.
Yeah.
As we're going.
Um,
How do those light, by the way?
They have like little pull things.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
saves us from needing to fuss.
So Jimmy, leaves flares behind, and
Leaves flares behind or carries with him.
I
What do you want to do, Jimmy?
yeah, I was
I'll
Don't
leave the first one behind to test a theory,
yeah.
Okay.
and then see if it will follow into the light.
The but yeah, you leave the flare behind, and you turn around, turn back around, and it's at the edge of the light, and it's like hesitates a bit, but you do see this dark, like man-shaped figure, and he does walk through the light, but then
Uh-oh.
he, you blink and he's gone. But
Okay.
he seems, hesitant.
That's something. It does not. It's not afraid of the light per se, or maybe it is, but it is not actually harmed by the light. Not that I can explain this while we're fucking running.
Yeah.
Where are you guys?
You're
Yeah, we're
pounding
going.
your way up,
Right behind
and
you.
Pete's made it to the cutout door, and you can see them running behind. Your friends lit some flares, throwing them behind them.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for them at the top of the stairs.
Do you want to maybe get the door or something? You're
Nope.
not sure how that would stop it, but it might.
I am waiting for my friends at the top of the stairs, and in the meantime, I'm swinging that flashlight around because I don't know which direction to look in, and I'm afraid.
Is the flashlight that we set on the floor above, is that still going?
Yeah, it's still going. Uh, yeah, and yeah. So if you remember, just past this door, it's not very far, like maybe 50 feet, is that storage room that had all the lamps. And not all of them are, that bright, but they're there.
Hmm.
I'm in no rush to add further distance between myself and my friends.
All right. Yeah.
But
Hopefully we catch up.
yeah, so you've fallen behind to cover Katie. So Jimmy, I need you to roll athletics one more time as a hand like comes out of the shadow to try to trip you.
Okay, I could do that. I
It's
could
like
also
it's
eat
that
a
like
jutsu to just cut it off, but I'll do that athletics.
Probably quicker to react with your legs than. Well, actually, I don't know because Templars are weird.
yeah.
Templars are weird. I don't know. Well, I won't question
Yeah,
it.
you easily like avoid it.
Holy shit!
Nice. Yeah,
Nice, because I scored so well. Can I do like
yeah,
a little flip over and try to just like cut the hand off?
yeah, like you don't like even miss a stride. Like you out of the corner of your eye, you see like the white face flash into existence. Lift your leg just a bit higher to clear both the arm and land on the next step. And you have your sword in hand. What do you do?
I'm gonna do yeah. I'm just gonna try to turn and slash it in like that smooth motion.
Okay, yeah, go for it. I will let you have a charge bonus on this.
All right.
Oh, this is like
So
a combat thing. Okay.
Yeah, this is a
8.
single combat turn that Jimmy's gonna be allowed to do because he rolled 7.
All right. 10. He's. I think. What is the drop? What is the cuts? The cut of a katana is. Is it 6 or 7?
I think it's 7
7.
plus 2.
Yeah, it's
7.
7.
7
Yeah,
plus
7 plus 2.
2,
It's the same as a longsword.
and like draw
Mother.
2.
Wait.
Draw. Whole War was draw 4.
Oh, is it
Katana
draw
wasn't
4?
that much. No, Total War
Katanas
was.
draw
I think
3.
Katana was.
Draw
Three.
Are we talking
Two or
two-handed
three.
or one-handed?
One. I
Two-handed.
imagine.
Oh,
Two-handed
yeah,
is
you're
draw 4. One-handed is draw 3, and it's a 7+1 swing.
Okay.
okay. All right, so I have to do it one-handed. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 4 successes. That would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then because I got over 3, it's then 9. Shit, I've forgotten how damage works.
Yeah.
If you
It's,
get over
Um,
your if you get over the draw threshold, you get that many extra dice. And you did with 4. I don't remember if the threshold was 2 or 3,
Yep.
but
That was
so it would be
3.
plus 3 extra damage. So
Where are the wound
BS
charts?
plus weapon plus draw.
Where are the wound charts in Ballad?
Somewhere in the middle. If you control F chest, as in the body part chest, you'll find it.
Cool.
You might have to
Unfortunately,
tap it a few times.
yeah, there's like 29. I'll get it. One sec. Okay. I need you to roll me a 1d10 though to determine where, because you did this sort of reactionary. So
Hit location.
yep,
Yeah.
hit location.
10. Normal situation, that'd be like the elbow.
That's a critical hit on the gun.
Oh, right, because we're ballad.
Oh,
So
yeah.
pick a place and then ignore some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, rather than do the thing where like I hit the leg because I saw its face, I'll just like do like one of those sick jutsu cuts and try to cut its head in half
Yeah. Okay. Since it's a
or
critical hit and
decapitate it.
like half armor, half toughness, and you had like 9 damage,
11.
you part its mask and face in half.
Aha.
The creature like lets out like like wheezy gasp as it explodes into dust, and the mask
Hey-oh.
clatters to the ground. Click, click.
I'll pause to grab the mask and then keep running.
Yep.
Huh. Would I have been able to hear that?
Um. Probably not.
Probably not.
Now,
All right,
question:
I'm
You're
still in
kind of
super
like
panic mode.
you're kind of huffing and
is
puffing.
is the mask made out of stone by any chance?
Uh, it's a mysterious white material.
I'll scream "Morir es vivir" in Cervantian, which just means life is death.
Nice.
And then keep charging. That's like the because I'm a Hispanic Templar, so it's just scream "Life is death" in Spanish.
Yeah, that's not going to spook the hell out of me or anything. I'm hearing voices. They're speaking Spanish.
Voices speaking in tongues.
Pain lives in death, bitches.
So, are we able to reunite after that?
Yep.
Oh, you're both
Okay.
safe, thank God.
I was doubling up last, and I'll hold up the mask that's like cut most of the way in half.
What? What?
uh,
What did you do?
what do you think I did? I'm a Templar.
The thing is a ghost. How did you cut it?
I don't know. Where there's a will, there's a way.
How do you know it's not going to come back? Put that thing down.
Oh, shut up. Let's go. Let's get out of here. This is a this is a piece of evidence.
But yeah, it's like 5:30 as you'll like trudge back, sans doctor. Doctor.
Oh, poor Egon. Wow, that sucks. Let's get out of here.
Should we leave
Yeah.
the door open? That door that we busted open, should we rechain that up from the outside?
I don't
think
know,
that's a good
man.
idea.
You
Well,
want
so,
to spend the extra minute doing that? Yeah,
well, so
let's.
noticeably the creature that attacked you got through the door if it wasn't there already.
Uh,
Oh, and this
hmm.
this does look like the face that you saw in the darkness, but now cut in half. Beat.
Okay, maybe there's only one of them.
Well, if it's a mask, masks can be reproduced. Yeah,
Well, that's probably true. I mean,
but we've only seen one at a time, right? So
only one
Yeah.
so far at a time.
That's
I'm gonna be honest. I'm pretty sure
That's
this
just-
thing was a Gru.
a
Child,
Gru?
you know, like from the fucking story rhymes, man.
the
White.
you told me ash totems were a myth, and now you're telling me another myth is real. So this
Well, we
totem
just.
thing is real too, then.
Oh, great. Yeah, I guess that does follow, Pete.
Ugh.
Just lock the door faster.
I'm gonna slam that door with my cane really hard in frustration,
Welcome
and
to
then
the
I'd close it and try to chain it up again. What about you, Katie? We've been kind of loud here. You haven't really gotten to do much.
It's okay. We're out. We're safe.
Yep. Unless the
It's-
sun goes down and those gorillas show up.
Oh no, monkeys!
Monkey.
I mean, hopefully we haven't been making too much noise. Like you get out, like, well, at least the Gru's dead, and it's just like 15 gorillas. It's like, huh.
Open it up! Open it up!
Close the door. Close the door. Open the door. Open the door.
Kind of the
Okay, so, whew,
30 feral gorillas.
Let's
Close the
catch our breath
blast
here.
door. Close the blast door.
Open the blast door. Open the
Open
blast doors.
But yeah, y'all have absconded with your lives. You put the tar in what sort of jar again?
Because I'm a Templar, I carry around
Oh,
little
wow.
shots of it. So I just drank one early and then just refilled it, and I put it
Okay.
in a separate pocket so I don't accidentally mix it in with
Yeah.
the,
Okay.
Maybe
the
that's
rest
why
of
you're
them.
able to cut it.
Maybe. Whoa, wait, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, so y'all are on your guard as y'all walk backwards, and the sun is almost set when you get back to your like bushwhacked trail. You could, continue down this way, and you'd be out of the into the open sooner. But you wouldn't be able to get back into the doctor's hideout. Did you leave the sword there? I thought that's what you did.
Yeah, I left the
Yeah, so
uh
The chest.
the
The
chest.
item.
Was part of it.
The
But
item we don't know
I
what it is yet.
yeah, I would have put it in the same area where like the little dinghy was kept.
Yeah.
Maybe under some ropes or something, so it wasn't super obvious.
yeah, so Jimmy at least wants to go back to that place.
Yeah. And the doctor's last words were that the U-boat captain was coming. I called that, by the way,
Yes.
which means that the Chironite government is probably coming. Which means
Which means I'm gonna have to hold my trigger finger.
yeah, look,
But
just the
well,
war. The
he
war's
didn't
over,
exactly
Pete.
say that it was
Yeah,
coming,
it is.
but that the information would be enough to bargain.
Right. We should go see if he has like a radio hidden somewhere in that lighthouse, and then we can have them come and potentially evacuate at least us. Maybe also help the crew of the ship.
Yeah, but they want to evacuate. I don't know.
Well, right now, I think we can say
Yeah,
with a degree of certainty that this place is cursed and that we need to leave.
I can agree on that.
Yeah.
We do not belong here. Leave this to the
can't.
savages.
So let's go. We have to go as fast as we can because every minute that we're here is another minute that some other weird shit could happen.
Yeah, and as y'all cut across to the dinghy, y'all definitely see like a few apes in the distance.
Oh no!
But they don't seem
Okay.
to approach, since
I'll make sure I have my gun out.
most of them are singular and there's 3 of y'all.
That's good. That's a good sign.
But you do see, like, if you look around, that the singular ones are sort of starting to converge.
Oh boy!
But yeah, you make it to the dinghy, and you're casting off as 8 or more are like on the shore throwing rocks at you.
You're fucking rocks at us? Fucking
Yeah,
bastards.
big rocks.
I'll
Alright.
take out my gun and just fire wildly, but I have 0 proficiency in pistols.
A couple of
It's
them,
kind of a noisemaker.
a couple of them, you run back into the jungle, but
Yeah.
we'll call it a blackback because they're orangutans, so they have black skin, but he just doesn't have back hair. He stands up and roars at you.
Shit.
They'll
We're-
soon be
we're-
back.
We're getting
Any
into the
great
ocean
wonders.
now.
The party rows away while flipping Monkeys the Bird.
I'm going to I think better of it. I was tempted to start shooting at them too wildly, but I restrained myself to the last second and decocked my gun. But I was this close to wasting what little ammo I have.
Yeah, but as y'all tie up, you'll start to tie up the dinghy and get out of it so you can get Jimmy's stuff. And it's fully dark now, like
It's nighttime.
it's nighttime. But as you're doing it, Jimmy is getting out of his row spot, and his knee brushes against the little gunwale of the dinghy, and he feels like rough carving right next to his pocket, where his pocket was. And if he shines his light there, he sees three, some three words in the runic script, and it's "Return my totem." That's it.
Okay.
Right, I'm looping this boat back up and completely ignorant of this for the
Yeah.
We're all
for
safe
the
now.
next few
There's
seconds.
There's no more threats here. We're all safe. We're just gonna sit in
Good.
here for a couple days. Then we're gonna get off the island. All safe.
I am spooked by this, but we should get the captain with us. He has treated us well.
All right.
But yeah, they're in the lighthouse. It is dark, dark, dark. And the turns are at it again. Though they're
Oh,
not doing the
God's
creepy
sake.
thing, as far as you can tell, where they're syncing up.
Oh, that's a plus.
That's either a
No.
plus
Uh,
or it's a minus.
So-
I
So we don't know what Jimmy just read.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yep.
But me being in a lighthouse at nighttime, I might know how to turn it on since I was a dockhand for a very long time.
Right.
And,
Probably not complicated. Yeah, we should turn it on. Just to be
You
safe.
do note that it hadn't been on the couple of nights y'all were here. You don't know.
Oh,
Really,
Yes.
that is
yeah. Yes.
he was slouching. I'm not going to go
I-
and say he deserved his fate, but come on, man. Look what
Why
happened
would
to
why,
us.
why wouldn't he have had the lighthouse on?
You saw him. He was a madman.
Yeah, but what? But madmen they have reasons.
Madmen act rationally.
They don't act rationally. No, but they
usually
do
have
things
some
for
internal
purposes.
logic. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even if the
something
logic
makes
is
sense to
faulty.
them, even if it doesn't make sense to anyone else.
Well, what makes sense to me right now is light good, dark bad.
I have to say I'm with Pete on this one.
I agree.
Is this lighthouse like a fire beacon or is it like an electric lamp sort of setup?
Fire beacon.
Okay. So I'm going to go do that. Katie, if you want to stop me, you say you stop me. We'll figure stuff out. But otherwise, I'm going to go up and however it works. Light the beacon.
Yeah, I'm going to try and look through the other stuff around inside the lighthouse. Let's see if he kept any records here.
Dude, I'm starving. We need food.
Yeah,
That
I'll
sounds
just double
good.
check. Right, the sword is still there, right? My
Yeah,
chest
it's
is
still there.
Okay.
We need food. We need water. We were just in the jungle for hours and just had
Yeah.
a massive adrenaline rush. We gotta loot this guy's supplies.
Yeah, he's got some food. He's got a lot of canned goods mostly. So you do get to try out the local canned food. It's fish, I guess.
Yeah.
How
Wait,
great.
you guess?
Mm,
Probably fish.
it's probably fish.
Probably fish. The can says it's fish.
Can says
This
it's
is any
fish.
kind of fish I've ever had. Stop asking questions, Katie.
um,
So it super looks like we murdered this guy, right? We went to the lighthouse and then we murdered him and threw his body in the ocean, is what they're gonna think.
he's not there. I mean, ooh.
True. At some point, we're probably going to have a conversation with Mr. Montegru. And what we're going to have this conversation about, I didn't want to spook anyone when we had just gotten back, was that something carved returned my totem into the gunwale of our dinghy.
Uh,
You
uh,
How?
you
into
can
into the what?
into
To
the
the boat?
gunwale, into the boat. Yeah, you can go look at it if you want. I'm not going back
How?
down there.
How? That. But there was no one else on there. It was just. What?
Was it the mask? Does the mask have some ghostly presence with it that lets it scribe onto hard surfaces?
It's possible that before the thing even interacted with us, it went and found our dinghy and did it, or maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's probably that then.
It also might
Why?
be that this mask is the way that this thing interacts with the physical world or something, but it hasn't attacked us since I gave it a little haircut, as they say. Shave it a haircut.
Damn the arrogance this is gonna bring you.
Okay.
The first time you draw your sword in anger, you kill a myth.
Okay. Well,
Wait a second. It didn't say it in your cult cant. It didn't say one is two. It said a proper sentence.
Well, still 3 words, but return my totem,
Hmm.
which means that perhaps that perhaps there was an ash totem, and perhaps that was somehow pacifying the wrath of the thing, of this entity, which I do not know that it was a Gru. I've never actually seen one. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that given that there's a family called the Montegrus, there's probably some gruery going on here.
A brewery.
Some
Oh
gruish,
no.
there's some kind of gruish tricks going on here.
Pete's gonna sit and just kind of like hug his knees and rock back and forth a little bit. He's really not happy about this.
okay.
He thought he
So we
escaped death.
so we have to. Oh,
Look, all things considered, we had a 0% chance of getting out of that unscathed, but we did it. Well, I guess we lost Egon, but whatever. He died well,
Can't believe
by
he
which I mean
died while.
quickly.
Can't believe he
By which I mean,
died while explaining how to escape from.
hey, I told him not to get too far away. He should have been within the light.
Yep.
But that guy was clearly nuts. It's a shame. I hope that we can someday convince the Academy that he was actually right. I'm just kidding. I don't care. It'll be fine. For now, let's just wait until morning, then head back, see what we can see.
Okay. Do y'all inspect the place at all?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
we're checking this place out, and
Okay.
especially when scrounging for food, we're not gonna leave stuff unturned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not like he needs it anymore.
Yeah. So roll some observations. Y'all find food easily enough. Um, but let me see what information I should reveal.
Four.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to use the restroom, so I'll be back in a bit.
No worries.
Sneed.
Sneed.
Speed.
Yeah, so y'all root around and manage to find a generator, and following, it's a small one, like couple liters, and there's a small whale blood gas container, and you follow what it's hooked up to, and it is hooked up to some sort of spotlight that is aimed out into the darkness. Now, this isn't like it's not a spotlight where there's, it's a wide, open facing. It's got shielded sides, so really you should only be able to see it from the direction it's pointed.
Spotlight.
Uh, and Katie, with her engineering background, thinks it is probably used as some sort of semaphore for communicating with a ship that's running silent,
Yeah, it's like
like a
laser.
U-boat.
Uh-huh. Anyone here?
Like a heliograph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knowing Egon, he's probably too paranoid to have hit like a code book ever somewhere where we could find it that tells us how exactly we're supposed to communicate. But
Yep.
I guess I do know the signal for SOS.
Yeah. And perhaps when Pete gets back, he might have some knowledge from the war that helps.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. You do find some, of his notes on the turns, and they are written in, Elvish at least. It looks like during his time, Egon was writing some sort of, nature book of the island. Anyways, he details that the turns are in the Redfield folklore said to harvest the souls of the dead. And that you can tell when they're on the hunt for someone when their chattering syncs up with their breathing. Though generally only that person would notice.
Where the turns eat people's souls.
He writes that that's rubbish.
But that's the local tradition.
It's like,
You
how
can
could
tell that they're on the hunt when they're chattering. It's the hunted person's
Yeah.
breathing.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's happened once or twice that we've heard the chattering sync up.
Jimmy's heard it twice. Once they were syncing up with him, but nothing came of it, and then they seemed to be syncing up with someone else. And notably, they sync up with their heartbeats, and then they were quiet. So take of that what you will.
I'm
You can,
concerned,
thinking-
lads.
and you can, and then the myth continues that you can tell whether they were successful by whether the chattering is happy afterwards or furious.
Mm.
And he's got extensive notes where he's like, how could a bird defeat the might of Sahaquil?
It's got a good point. Maybe with human help. We're gonna have to talk to Rom, or actually, we probably shouldn't. Shouldn't tip our hand here.
Okay, so let's have some bit of a brainstorming. What we know about these birds is the myth is they hunt for human souls. They can sync up. Have you guys while we've been here. Have you heard that?
Yes. Twice.
Twice.
Once
we've
they
been here-
synchronized with my breathing. I'm obviously not dead, so make that of it what you
Yeah.
will. But I also heard it happening, I think last night. And it wasn't with my breathing, but then they stopped. And this morning we have a missing sailor.
Yeah. And you said there was something suspicious about how Rommel was this morning?
Definitely. He was covered in dirt, possibly blood.
He had a guilty conscience.
Okay. Well, I don't want to say. Wait. Now, what if we're wrong about this? Think about what I mean is we've thought about these two groups as being a complete. They'll kill each other if they cross the line. But they obviously don't do that completely. They came together in the crowd, right? And they go to the church together.
Yeah, but so
Don't
notably, during the crowd, there was still a gap between them,
Yeah,
which only Rommel and his lover
yeah,
deigned to cross. And
Jeanette.
when they go to the church, I think I might have mentioned this, they go in
Yeah,
separate doors.
yeah,
Presumably they sit on opposite sides that are still,
yeah.
separated that way. It's
But
unclear what's going on here, but we shouldn't. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't make any conclusions yet because
if we
they're
think
obviously
about it,
hiding something.
remember when we saw Rommel? He was
Yes.
wearing that wig.
Yeah.
Now, I like they look different. The Redfields and the Montegros. It's not just the hair.
Indeed. Also, the town is small enough they probably all know each other. But
Yeah. So that wouldn't work, would it? If it was just normal. Okay. What if they're not really feuding as much as we think they are? That they have the whole, oh yeah, the other group is, it's not as good as us, but they're not actually resorting to violence.
well, I mean, that's kind of what we've discovered already. But it also might be that it's like a show that they're putting on for outsiders.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we shouldn't draw any conclusions yet. I mean, it's not even clear what role the Redfields and the Montagues play in this whole psychodrama. Like, I'm not sure
Well,
what's going on, except that the odds are that the Montagues have the totem that we're supposed to be looking for here. That
The
are you
are
sure? Because what if we haven't seen anything of the Redfields? We don't. You say
Yeah,
you've
none of us
seen
have been there.
one statue. And that's all. One idol.
it certainly looked like an idol.
Yeah, but
I know, I'm just saying we shouldn't
yeah,
tip our hand yet.
yeah.
As you say, it's too early to draw conclusions. I
But what I'm
think that
thinking is, what if they're trying to keep the outsiders out? That's what my thinking is. They, if there's an ash totem, okay, that explains a lot. It's making stuff for them that they use. It's it's what's caused their mutations or whatever. It's what's caused their appearance. Nobody leaves the island because they don't want them to leave. It's a secret. They don't want it to get out. They don't want outsiders here either. Think about it. The mail comes, what, once a month? Captain said. So, what if this sailor. He went missing. He went home with one of the women. What if? Well, he said that Rommel looked like he'd been digging a grave when he had blood on
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if there's on two possibilities. Either he's killed someone within the town, in which case we wouldn't really know about it yet. But they'll find them out. It'll be easy to they'll know.
Yeah. Or he
Or
killed our guy. Or he
killed
might
our
have just
guy.
had something to do with burying him. He was
Yeah.
kind of taken away from us by those thugs, some of the Montague thugs at the tavern. So they might have press
Yeah.
ganged him into something like that. I don't know.
What if? No, I don't. I don't want to. I can't even think of that. That would no. I'll stop.
Well, no matter what the case, we can't do anything more tonight. We just need to hunker down and not hope that nothing else goes wrong. Maybe see if we can signal this U-boat thing.
Yeah. I think Raid was in the restroom or whatever at that point where I revealed that Doctor Man has some sort of semaphore for contacting a ship. You know, a light beacon.
Just okay. That works.
And no one knows Chironite codes, but perhaps Peter knows a couple. And I guess that'd just be like knowledge to think of like the war or something.
If they're
I don't know what your skills
international, I would, but I mean, I
What?
could try saying something in Arloni.
are. Well, you were a shipman or something. I forget.
Dock worker, so grunt guy, but I'm sure he would have picked something up over
Yeah, you
doing that as his profession.
yeah you can roll like knowledge, and if you want to spend luck, that's up to you. On whether you might have heard something or other.
I don't have any knowledge skills. I have trade. Would that work as a substitute?
Yeah, we'll let it go.
Okay. The skill
It's
rating is 8. I think there's supposed to be a skill cap that stops it from going that high, though.
I thought it
So
was at maybe 6 was the cap.
It's 6 at the start.
then that should be a 6.
Okay.
All right.
I purchased enough for it to be an 8, but it would
Yeah.
cap at 6.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Throw
It's
it on
a
down.
rather difficult roll, but we'll see how the dice fall.
I can't wait for it to get 100% success. And Pat's like, oh, you contact the U-boat successfully first try. It's perfect. 5 out
Okay,
of 9
I've
ain't
got
bad.
5.
Yeah. So
And what I'm trying to do here is
go. What was that?
contact the U-boat and say, "Hey guys,
Yeah, you are trying to remember any intelligible signals that you
okay,
could, contact with.
Yeah.
You're probably not. So with your 5 successes, 5 phrases, like 1 or 2 words. Let's tell me which ones you want.
I'd say like an
well,
emergency SOS would probably be
Yeah.
a good idea.
yeah, SOS for sure."
SOS.
And then aside from that, something like uh, parlay, want to talk,
Yeah.
have
Uh,
exchange, something to that effect.
Sure.
yeah, something like what's the term, like package waiting or something like that. Also enemies sighted or like hostiles present would be
Yeah.
that's
So,
not
and yeah. So you more or less send out, SOS enemies, package, uh, SOS, uh, man overboard, come get me, you know.
Yeah.
And like, you know, they signal back to like, and their message probably would translate if you could translate it like, Igor, why are you operating it like a retard? And you just flash
Based.
back, SOS enemy sighted.
Do we know if this could also be picked up by someone on our ship?
Basically, the only people that can see it are in the direction this window is facing. Because it's like a spotlight, but it's got like shielded sides.
Oh, it's a light signal.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's light
Yeah.
signal.
Hopefully they'll send, they'll surface and come see what the fuck is wrong with Egon, and then we can explain that Egon is dead
Wait.
and that there's a
Yeah.
fucking babble pit.
Why don't we just say Babel?
Don't know that signal.
Yeah. It's like
Um,
I don't have all of Morse code memorized, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And actually, I probably kind of do, but I don't have it memorized in Chironite. I don't know if they even use the same
Yeah.
language.
But yeah, so you've definitely sent out a signal, and you know, you're just kind of settling in for the night. You know, you eat your canned fish. Uh, there's not really much to do. Chat about how fucked up everything is. And I imagine at some point y'all are still like checking the windows
Oh yeah.
to look at the town. Uh, and as luck would have it, you know, with your binoculars, you happen to see some figures from both sides filter into the woods. Like they have like lanterns or flashlights, so can't really see them. They're not outlined. They're just looking at the ground.
that's not good.
Yep.
We've got. Did we turn the lighthouse on, didn't we?
I don't remember if y'all did or not.
We Pete said he was just gonna do it unless someone stopped them,
Okay, that
and we
happened.
did not.
Okay. Yeah, the lighthouse is on.
So there are people going into the forest.
People going into the forest.
Probably to check up on something. Hopefully they don't see what we did, and then, or even if they do, hopefully they don't attribute it to us.
But you think between both sides having people filter in, it was a little more than a dozen.
Would we recognize any of these faces?
Nope, it's dark, 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 and like I said, they only had flashlights and they're aimed forward more or less.
This is a bad
Oh,
thing.
well, I would advise against going in after them. I mean,
Wait.
if we were
Oh
going to
my
do
goodness.
anything, it would be that.
Didn't
What?
you? I'm almost certain that your friend, who was the guy that you guys were staying at?
The
The
Montegros.
Montegro, yeah. He'd probably be expecting you tonight, wouldn't he?
Ah, shit. That's true.
Yeah.
You're right. In fact, we should get our asses back.
Mm-hmm.
Should we though?
Well, the alternative is that if they find anything out of place, they're going to assume it was us because we're missing.
I can stay here
Well, y'all didn't
if
really.
you guys want to go back, but
I will say,
it's
like,
pretty late.
y'all were welcome there, but like, I don't think that they would notice particularly. They just might think you stayed on the ship.
That's a good point.
What if we went back and they still suspected us, but they acted friendly and they slit our throats in our sleep? They
Yeah.
can't do that if we're in the lighthouse.
A lighthouse
That's a
is
good
sort
point.
of a fortress.
This is a good point. All right. You're right. Let's stay in the lighthouse.
Okay. But
Worst
yeah.
case scenario, we can just blame all this on Egon.
Yeah,
What? He's not going to be using his reputation.
He told us
Is
to
it?
watch after the lighthouse while he went to the mine.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, he was babbling something about giant monkeys or whatever, and
Babble.
I don't know.
What about the boat, though?
We went to look for him and found the boat and brought it back.
Yep.
Okay.
The So yeah, it's 30 to 40 minutes later, y'all are getting stuff together to sleep. There's like a couch, and there is a bed. Whether you want to sleep in a dead man's bed, that's up to you. Uh, there's covers and stuff. And as you're laying down, well, the turns start up again.
Uh-oh.
And at first, they're doing the same where they're doing just bird things, cheeping at random intervals. But then you notice them starting to all cheep together.
Oh, it's happening again.
Do you try to sleep or do you want to do anything?
Not sure what we would do about it.
I'm going to get up to like the lighthouse portion at the very top and start looking around with the binoculars.
Okay, so you get up to your high hide, and you're looking around, and earlier in the day you had noticed that there's a hill far off into the jungle, uh, which had some stone ruins on it. And from up here, it would absolutely be invisible from anywhere in town. You see that it is lit by torchlight,
Uh-oh.
torch or fire, and you can see, some shadows being, cast onto the stone buildings and the trees.
How far away is that?
Several miles to the jungle.
Okay, yeah, there's no way we can get there in time to see what's going on, nor in fact should we want to. But I'll call the others up so that they can observe as well. So if there's something weird going on at the ruins, and the birds are doing their weird thing, these are probably related.
Is it at the ruins of the mines or the ruins of the refinery?
There's more ruins.
Yeah,
More ruins. The
we saw
third.
them. Yeah, we saw them when we were looking around earlier, but I didn't really pay them any mind because Egon started babbling about the mine, so we went there. But yeah, I saw those earlier, but I didn't see this last night or before.
Yeah.
There are people up there. They're doing something. Something unsavory, no doubt.
Yep.
And presumably the birds do the thing.
Yeah, they do the thing. And it's quite a while. But then yeah, it's like over a period of like a minute, they slow down and quiet, and then happy chittering for the rest of the night. Uh,
That means they got someone, right?
yep, according to the book.
Well, we need.
They got someone, or they were given someone.
Yeah, we need to get back to the boat.
Human sacrifice.
This is
But yeah, it's like almost midnight, you figure, or past it, when this occurs. So there's quite a lot of night left. You just go back to bed.
Yeah, we're
I'll
gonna
take.
need sleep, whatever we're doing.
Okay.
Yep. I'll take the first watch.
that's a good idea. We should probably keep remember the lighthouse keeper, the doctor. He said there were people who tried to break down the lighthouse.
Yeah, it had come under attack before.
Oh, I hope the fucker's
I
dry.
don't think he was paranoid anymore.
Let's see him try. Hell, I'll open the door for him. I'll fight this entire town one at a time.
Yeah.
Well, assuming you don't wake me up next, I'll take second.
Roger that.
But yeah, so your watch, under your watchful eye, you watch the fires on the hilltop die down. You don't see anyone filter back, but maybe that happens on the next watch. Who's next? It was Jimmy,
I'm second.
Pete. There you go. Pete, during the amount of sleep you get, you dream of people naked, covered in paint or in oil, like dancing around a fire, chanting something. But it's unintelligible to you, and you toss and you turn, and it's very unrestful.
Miserable. Why must it always be misery?
Yep, and Jimmy gets to go to sleep. Katie has similar dreams, but isn't woken up. And so Jimmy goes to sleep. During Raid's watch, you do see people filter back through into town from the woods. And then did Katie have a watch? I don't remember.
Yeah, I
Well,
suppose I'll wake her up
the
after
third
this.
watch. Yeah.
Yeah, you're happy to be awake. Terrible dreams. Jimmy's dreams of birds, but instead of the calls that they make, which are bird sounding, this is what the birds cheap out. Magru come, magru come, magru come, magru come, magru come, magru come.
Uh-oh. Magru come.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and Katie, you are, watching, and it's the, early. It's getting early morning, like 5, 6 a.m., something like that. But it's still, quite dark. Um, when you hear the crack of a gunfire.
I'm gonna rush and wake the others up.
Yeah, and as you start to take down, towards them, you see the ship catch fire.
Guys, wake up! Wake up!
Yeah.
Ship's on fire. They've attacked the ship. Guys,
What?
the ship. It's on fire. They're attacked it.
Well, shit.
That's unfortunate.
What,
Yeah, you're
what are we
right.
supposed to do about that?
Well, I don't know about you. Let me think. A couple of miles would take us an hour to get there. Then several hundred townspeople. How many do you think you could kill?
I have 9 shots. Well, 10 shots, I suppose. So that's 10 dead enemies. I think the remaining 160 will get me.
Yeah, that's rough. How many people were there on that boat?
80.
80. Actually, these odds don't sound terrible. You could go and try to help, or we could hope that the U-boat
Mhm.
decides to make an
Well,
appearance.
the people on the boat, it was like a couple dozen.
If the boat's actively on fire right now, are we hearing gunshots?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a couple of them. It's not.
A
Like
couple of them means not strong resistance.
Yeah.
So I think the boat's lost. I'm gonna be all melodramatic about it. I'm gonna stand up there with the beacon and look out at the fire with the cloak wrapped around me because it's fucking cold outside. Say the boat is lost.
Okay. What bullets? What rounds does your gun use?
9mm, I think. A type of 9mm.
I think we both
Okay.
have
Yeah,
Sabat revolvers.
yeah, 9x27, and
Yeah.
it also has one shot of 20 gauge buckshot as well.
Let me
Yeah.
check.
Special pistol.
Uh,
But my ability to hit something with the gun is basically 0. So
so your ability to hit something with the gun is basically 0.
yeah,
How good are you at at shooting?
Me, I have negative dice.
Well, this puts us in a bit of a quacking situation, doesn't it?
It does,
Quacking
yeah.
crazy situation, Pete.
mm, looks to me like we are doing just fine in our little fortress lighthouse.
Yep. I think maybe we should wait this one out. I don't know, man. I mean, this might be the only chance we get to go and break into the Montague place. Maybe get that totem back. Maybe if
Mm,
we do that, the the spirit will help us.
well, it's still
It'll
going
owe,
to take us an hour to get over there.
it'll owe us one. I mean, yeah, sure, but what are the odds they'll kill all of our friends before we're finished?
Well,
Hi.
let's weigh our options. We can go back into that hellhole and try to set things right, or
At
stay
an
here
average
where
of
it's safe.
Yeah, at an average of 5 minutes per man murdered, several dozen. I think we have a couple of hours at least. Let's do it.
What kind of
With this cold schizo
monster?
logic.
um, I've got a few. I've got a few spare rounds, but they're 11.5s. I'm not sure if they'll fit your
That's
pistols.
fine. Here, you can have mine. I'll just hand him a bunch of those revolver clip feed things, like the moon clips.
Speed loaders?
Yeah, yeah. I have 35 rounds. I'll keep
There's
the
also
shotguns because I might actually be able to hit something with that.
there's also the Lugers. Remember?
Holy shit, that's right. Yeah. 9mm Parabellum. There you go.
We still have the dynamite too, right?
Sell the dynamite.
Yes. Yes, we do.
And I've got a grenade.
I got a grenade as well.
Didn't think to bring a grenade. I have a sword.
Apparently that's good enough for you.
No.
Well,
Well, you learned how to throw grenades. I was mastering the blade.
so
All
we
right,
go
let's
back
do
over
it.
there. We steal that statue. Um,
If we can help our people, I mean, I guess we could if you feel like it.
we're going the opposite direction, man. Because like that boat is in a certain area. To get to the Montague's mansion, you have to get to the big fissure in the ground, and then we need to get that way up to the northeast. Total opposite direction from the boat. I think it's
Perfect.
either we help the boat or we help whatever this is.
Hmm. I'm gonna be honest. I'm saying we should hit the mansion. See about getting that totem.
Yeah,
Those men are dead.
those men are gone. The boat is lost. Katie, are you coming with us?
I
I mean, you could stay here in the haunted lighthouse instead if you want.
I guess you know those men more than we did.
that's, I'll go with you.
When every place is in danger, nowhere is.
Safe.
Make sure everybody has a flashlight.
Oh yeah,
Ideally with fresh batteries, but
I think we're all well stocked up on flashlights.
I'm gonna grab another Luger too, make sure it's loaded, and stick that in my back pocket, just so I have a second cutscene gun.
Yeah.
Smart man.
Based.
Yeah.
Man,
And
in in this is just kind of off topic, but in Astiv's only war game, they're very strict about weight limits, and all of our PCs are at their weight limit, so they could not pick up an additional pistol and carry it with them without accruing fatigue. So
That's
Nice.
nice.
it's kind of nice to not be under that right now.
I'm going to I'll travel light. I'm not gonna bring the suitcase with me. That's insane. Right, the chest will have to stay here.
if someone spends a luck during this preparation phase, I will grant them something.
I'll do
I'll
it.
do it.
Oh, okay, he'll do
Jinx,
it.
you owe me a Coke.
I mean, I can both do it.
No, I have Black Cat, so that puts me from 3 to 2.
Ditto.
Okay, well,
I mean, I thought it was
I'll do it. I
I'll
don't give
spend
a
a
fuck.
luck because I've got 4 luck still.
yeah. So three of
Yeah,
y'all
I'll
had
do it.
yeah. So three of y'all had bad luck on the ship. So I mean, y'all were like, maybe the plot is why our ship blew up. And in my head, it's like, no, it's because three of y'all with Black Cat were on it.
We
Something had to,
combined our powers.
yeah.
So, what are we
Uh,
getting for this luck?
While searching through the crates full of Chironite supplies, y'all, for the luck spent, you come into possession of a grenade with the big stick handles.
Ooh,
Type 42.
steel hand credit. Oh,
I
these are great.
see. I think that's a great spend of luck, one
Yeah.
grenade.
Yep. I'm not sure where grenades fit into my ideology, but I like them.
I'm
Okay,
not
so
sure
we
where they fit
each
into our plan.
so we each spend 1 luck and we each get 1 grenade, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So now you have two.
Yes.
I also have 2, but I wonder in what situation am I going to need all of this firepower?
What indeed?
Well, if a crowd of feral baboons, and I'm not talking about the monkeys in the forest, comes after us, just throw a hand grenade. Hell, don't even have to throw it. Just hold it up and let them know that you have it.
Well, I've got the statue. No time to hang around with you subhumans.
Yep. Did you see that what was it, that image of the Russian guy who went to negotiate and he just did it holding 2 hand grenades with the pins pulled out like over his head. He's still depressing the spoon. Right? It's like don't touch me. I'm going in to
Nice.
give some negotiations.
I loosen my hand, and in 5 seconds, we're all goners.
Nice. But yeah. So y'all hitting the mansion. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna try and get over there to the mansion,
Uh,
get inside, and
uh,
get the statue.
with a slider on one side is stealth and the other side being speed. Which end of the slider do you want?
I'd say speed right now because they are going to be distracted by the fire in the harbor, and that means that the sooner we get there, whether they caused it or not, that's going to be an issue, and that's going to draw as many people away as possible.
And once gunshots go off on our side, we're gonna run out of time quick. So it's better to be fast now.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. So we
Yeah.
want to go pretty quick.
Yeah.
Maybe we can
And
steal some bicycles on our way back or something.
as yeah, so y'all are dashing across like fields because you remember this upper section's mostly crops and other such things. Uh, and yeah, you see a bunch of crowds. There's people trying to fight the fire because part of the dock's on fire. And you can still hear the crack of like pistol caliber rounds. And one of you swears he sees a man standing on like the top deck, one ridiculously large pistol in each hand, like firing wildly. You almost imagine
Does
you
this
can
man
see
have a
his
hob
his
nose?
enormous nose from here.
Good guy Harry. He'll hold them off.
Yeah, that's 45 real Rahu.
Real fucking Rahu boy.
Um, but yeah, for the most part, you dash across. and make it to the manor. There are some people who are out on the front porch because it's sort of a plantation style, big front porch. Do you want to try to sneak in the back or what?
Let's go through the back. Yeah, that sounds smart.
Yeah. Yeah. So you make your way back, and it looks like it's the kitchen, and it's abandoned. Hey, there's a fire outside. Most interesting thing that happened since a boat showed up. And yeah, you make it into the house.
All right, let's go snag that idol.
Okay. Are you
Stay
still
close
going?
to us, Katie. We kind of know where we're going, but I don't think you've
Okay.
been here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So you're still
not
going
quite
for
fine.
speed?
Uh, yeah, I'd say so. If someone notices us, I'll just cut him in half.
We if we're push to talk, if we're inside the house, we do want to be and checking our corners and such.
That's a good point. You're right. Yeah, we can afford to be stealthy now.
Yeah. Okay. So there's candles through most of the house, but as you get to the trophy hall, I guess as I will refer to it, you notice that a lot of them are snuffed out. And when you actually get to the hall, it is completely dark down there. I mean, y'all have flashlights, right? But
Yeah.
it's still spooky.
Let's let's go in. I suppose.
Yeah. So like you'll shine your lights down, looking for where the statue is, and standing in front of it is a familiar-looking fellow.
It's Rommel.
It is
He's come to
Rommel.
kill us.
It is Rommel, and he is holding the statue. He is, he has blood up to his elbows, and he has, some wounds on him as well, and he's covered in dirt.
Rom, what's
What
good, buddy?
what else is he holding? Does he have any visible weapons, armor, anything?
No. Though this hall is full of weapons and armor. Like you could reach out a hand and grab an axe if you wanted.
I'll be, as we're doing this walk, we're going through. I'm walking around with the sword above my head, like the fucking stereotypical samurai thing.
Nice.
Just holding a little
Okay.
flashlight in my teeth.
Do we have
Like-
a clear and obvious advantage over him?
There's three of you, so
Okay.
Yeah, and he's kind of a kid.
Yeah.
I'll say Rom, what's going on, buddy?
So he looks up at you while still holding the statue, and he like pointedly looking at you, Tiberius. He's like brother, love it, hate is love, and smiles.
That's true, Rom. What you doing with the statue, buddy?
Statue is safe from.
Got a bit of red on you there, dude.
Yeah, and what does he say? Uh, it was like, I'm just going to feed it to my love.
Now,
She needs
you
it.
say that.
She needs it more than Granddad ever did.
What are we talking about here, Rom? Why don't you start from the beginning, buddy?
I do have my gun and trained on this.
Uh, uh, well, he says, and he's got this like crazed look to his face as he says, he's like, it couldn't be more simpler. Uh, like has to mate with like, grew with grew.
Okay.
I'm sure Jeanette's
Isn't
much happier now.
what does that mean, buddy? What are you,
also draw my gun and start aiming it at this crazed man.
that totem, Rom? That doesn't belong to you. That belongs to someone else, and they want it back.
Like who? He says.
That's what he says. Like who?
Yeah, like who?
Like, okay, lower the sword, take the flashlight, hold him out his head, and I'll just take the Gru mask out of my coat. They'll do the thing where I shine light through the back of it at him so it looks spooky.
If Rom jumps or makes sudden movements, I'm gonna take a shot at him with the buckshot from my pistol.
Might just be scared, but I mean, yeah.
What was the name? He looks sad when he pulls it out. Why'd you do that to Samuel?
He killed Egon.
Is that so much of a crime?
Well,
I mean, not really.
Not really.
not really, but neither was this. I'll gesture to the notch mark in the mask. Everyone dies, kid. But you don't have to die right now. You can do that later if you give us that totem. Also, why is our ship on fire? I mean, as long as we're asking questions.
You've been sacrificing people to the pit, haven't you? Turning them into grooves.
The pit? No.
These.
But yeah, he says the ship. Ma didn't like it too much. I can't believe you did that to Samuel, though. I thought you were one of us.
Now, Ma. What? Oh. Ma grew come. Also, I'll just say that out loud. Ma grew come.
She's already here.
Oh, God. Okay. Who is Samuel?
Samuel Sanders.
What?
Am I right?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Samuel Sanders?
He was the sailor.
Our missing sailor.
He went missing.
Fuck! Oh, fuck! Damn it!
No.
Team kill.
So, I'm
Yeah.
gonna take a guess at
but he
his
says
wrong.
his death is life. Shakes
I'm
his
going
head.
to take a guess here, Rom. So, Jeanette, you've killed her, haven't you? Or turned her into one of those grooves.
Into one of those grooves. She's the greatest grew of all.
I mean, one reason why I shouldn't pull the trigger right now.
No, calm down.
One
Bullet.
reason.
Gunshots are very loud, Pete.
You have a
Because
sword.
That's
out
true.
of character, one reason, the longer you keep aiming, the better your bonus.
Yeah.
If I aim for a year, I might actually hit something.
But yeah.
So
You
you turned Jeanette
he
into a
just
groove.
says to you, Pete, is like, Pete, I thought we were friends.
I don't remember interacting with you at all, to be honest. But I don't say that out loud.
So
I
you
don't remember if you
turned
did or not
Jeanette into a groove.
What is the Ma crew? What are we talking about here?
It's not too hard. She's the mother of all Grus.
Mother of
No,
things.
Ma grew.
Ma crew. Well, that's great.
That really is straightforward.
Yeah, the
Okay.
birds have been sort of singing her praises for the last couple of nights. I've been hearing that.
Are they birds?
Are they birds?
I do not know.
We haven't actually seen any of them, have we?
Not a. Well, you've only seen the stuff one, so yeah.
Yeah.
Rumors
Okay.
of birds.
I don't like their little
So-
whiskers. They creep me out.
Birds shouldn't have whiskers.
So let me get. So tell me this then, Rob. You've got the Grus. They're the allies of the Montegrews, aren't they?
He shakes his head. They're
No.
family.
Okay,
Although,
but
what do
they're
the
working
Redfields
with
got?
you, aren't they? They've got the Sundowners. So why haven't you killed the Redfields yet? They're your enemies, aren't they?
He seems to like look into the air for a bit, and then he says, "'Cause Magru does not wish it." It's really so simple.
Yeah. All right.
You listen to your mother, don't you?
No, I don't.
My mother was killed by the things you're throwing people into.
No, I don't. My mother
Well,
said
I
I
mean,
should
that's not
never
actually
become a
true,
mechanic,
I'm a little
and
upset.
Hey,
here I am.
That Babel pit is sealed. He hasn't been down there.
Yeah, it's true. Look, buddy, there's some real weird shit going on here, and we just want to make sure everyone has what is theirs. Now, that totem that you're holding does not belong to you or to your grandfather or whatever. That belongs to the pit, and it wants it back. Bad things are going to happen if it doesn't get it. Not the least of which is that I'm going to kill you.
I refuse. So you're gonna have to try to kill him. That's what he says. And he turns to
So-
walk away.
Oh, good. He put himself between you and the statue that we don't want to damage.
I guess we should shoot them.
No, don't shoot. He's close and he has a sword.
True.
Also, if he swings his sword and then we shoot, we might shoot our buddy.
Okay.
That's true. I'll say like
Okay.
it's like I admire your ethic, kid. But instead of killing him, I'm gonna do a hilt bash to the side of his head.
So yeah, you go to do that and roll the dice.
Something's gonna happen.
What dice? What's he rolling?
I'm just gonna make an attack, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's making an attack.
Hilt bash. It's actually really easy to do.
And your hilt hurtles towards his head to smash the consciousness from his brain as a giant hand apparates around him, blocking your sword blow. You hear you're like a womanly but otherworldly like moan of pain. The Ash Totem like clatters to the ground as like he's surprised at being grabbed, right? And then him and the giant hand apparate out of they're gone. The Ash Totem's on the ground.
Okay.
What
the item rumbles a bit.
Okay.
Go.
We're running out of time. Let's get that and let's get out of here.
All right, I just grabbed it and go run.
Run.
Oh, thank God you touched it.
Ah, shit.
Pete actually laughs out loud at that. Just the relief of the tension into obvious misstep. But also, you would be the right one to touch it because, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I won't have it for long. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Let's get out of this mansion.
Do these people have cars?
No.
No.
This is sort of a ranch, though. I'll go to your writing.
Okay.
Not at all. I've never even seen a horse.
Cause some distraction here while we try and make our escape?
No. I don't think anyone knows that we're here yet. So
don't
far,
think we should.
Okay.
Yeah. And if they come back here and they find that the totem's missing, which I don't know why that would be like the first thing they would look for. I mean, where are they going to go? Like, they have no idea which way we went. They're probably not going to be looking for us at the fucking mines. So
Okay, so if we're on the Montague side right now, we need to first get out of this mansion. Then we need to get back to the lighthouse to get to the boat, to get to the route we took before because we know that route to get to the mines
Yeah.
at night with a bunch of fucking apes all around us that we know are nocturnal.
we'll be fine.
Yeah.
My bet is that as of right now, the safest place for us to be is in that mine.
I think you're right, but I don't know if it's going to be safer to
Wait.
get to the mine or wait
We
at
have
the
to get there.
lighthouse.
Get to the lighthouse. We can hide there that tonight.
You are
Yeah.
also cursed now, Tiberius.
Yep.
Wait.
So that means time's a wasted, son. Let's go.
Ah,
Because remember what Rom just said. There's going to be at least one other of those grooves down there. Oh, hunting us.
okay, so is
Cheese
that
it,
the plan?
kids. Yep, cheese it.
Yeah.
Run.
All right, so we're running. Gonna try to stay together as we get out of the mansion.
Yep. Y'all get out of the mansion fine, but and everyone's still pretty distracted by the fire. It's starting to quiet down. They managed to throw a bunch of water on it and other stuff. As
Oh,
y'all
Perry
just
makes it out okay.
as y'all fucking book it towards the woods. And yeah, you make it to the train tracks all right, and from there it's trivial to get to the mines, but it's still fucking dark. Are y'all like how fast are y'all moving? I know you have flashlights, but
Quick as quickly as we can
Fast
without
as we
being like,
can.
without
Yeah.
being reckless. We don't, because if someone breaks their leg here, like we're just
Yeah.
gonna leave them. Frankly, if I break my leg, just leave me.
We can't leave here. You've
Take
got the totem.
You take the totem, then you leave, then you go, then you run. I'll hold them off. Broken leg. I mean, I'll just blow myself up with a grenade if I see any apes. But that's a very Templar sort of thing to do.
yeah. So as y'all are rushing through the woods towards the mines, in the light of your flashlights, you do see the glowing irises of nocturnal creatures about man height as they close in on you. It comes from the dark.
Light a flare. Monkeys and fire can't mix, right?
Yeah, like they shy away from it because it's fucking blinding, right? But you hear like loud monkey from so you think the monkeys know where you are. And yeah, you light a flare. Do you toss it or are you just holding it?
I'll hold it.
Okay.
That seems like the smart thing to do.
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, they don't get any closer, but they're following you like hot on your trail.
Fuck. Fire indiscriminately at the. I mean, you guys are the ones with the guns. I have only the ammunition that I can hold in one pistol, and I can't shoot for shit.
None of us can.
Scan. Oh no. But we've got grenades.
This is true.
I am not using the grenade right now. An explosion is the worst thing we could do.
But beyond all the monkey noises, you hear a loud like roar of like anguish almost. And it's similar to that sound you heard in the mansion when a giant hand grabbed Rommel.
Well, what I think that is very hopeful, but not something we can rely on. How far would we have to go until we reach the safety of the lighthouse?
Hmm.
Like how many minutes?
Are we
From
going
the
to the mine?
mines, it's a while.
Yeah.
You're gonna make it to the mines about when the sun comes up.
Oh, we're en route to the mines directly.
Yeah.
Oh, we're able to find our way there. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a railroad, right? And
Oh,
it cuts
okay.
through, and it cuts through town.
That makes things a whole lot easier than I was expecting.
Yeah. The reason
You
y'all
took
had gone the other way
rail
was because the scientist's paranoid.
We didn't want to be seen, right? Right.
now.
Paranoid. Paranoid.
Right
There
now, they're
was
going
really
to
something
be.
out to get him.
That's a good point. But right now, no one's going to be watching the fucking rail tracks. You know, they have other things to worry about.
All right. Well, as we run, if I can find I don't know, an obvious place where there's like a bunch of monkeys gathering that looks like I could shoot in that general direction, I will. But I'm gonna do it with the Luger, not with my pistol.
Fair enough. You'll probably end up having to shoot a couple times into the darkness, and y'all are rewarded with, the, sound of a monkey groaning in pain.
Get
Good.
fucked.
That's better than expected.
We'll teach you not to evolve. You
Well,
fuck.
yeah. So I mean, there's so many of them that shooting wildly, even if you miss the one you were aiming at, you'll hit another.
That information makes me more scared. So we're trying to run away from them.
Yeah, I mean, you're very
Giving covering
successful
fire.
because they don't want to get closer to that light because it hurts to look at since they're in night vision mode. So you make it uh, to the mines, and out of the corner of your eye you catch you think you see a white mask, but it's quickly grabbed by one of the apes and just smashed into the ground until it dies in a puff of smoke.
Based.
So
Thanks,
yeah, the
monkeys.
apes are scary, I guess, is the conclusion. Like it grabbed
That's
both of its all like arms in one hand and then grabbed its head and just like curb stomped him. It was
Yeah, they're
brutal.
gorillas, man. They're 600-pound gorillas. What did you expect?
You don't know if there's more grooves out there, but you're less worried about them than the gorillas.
Yeah, as far as I can tell right now, I think we're on the same side. I don't know. Anyway, run.
Well, if shooting at them probably didn't help, but who knows?
This is true. Just
We just got to keep legging it.
just
yes,
get in there.
You're at the warehouse to the mines after you're drenched in sweat because you've been booking it for the better part of an hour.
My muscles ain't made for endurance.
Yeah, I mean, luckily you bushwhacked through here like twice, so most of the impediments are like gone.
Oh lordy.
But yeah, here's the warehouse. You've chained up this door to the elevator.
Oh fuck.
Uh,
All
the,
right,
the monkeys are
unchain it.
they're crowding towards the the entrance.
Okay.
You can see one of them holding its arm where Pete shot it, and there's death in that monkey's eyes.
Yep. All right. You guys unchain the door. Grenade time.
All right,
Okay.
I'll get on chaining.
I'll help him.
Yeah, please.
Uh,
So I guess I'll like try to hold a flashlight like under my chin or something as we're working on this, so that there's some amount of light. But that's the idea. We'll be working on getting that chain unwrapped around the handles, unwrapped from the handles, and Jimmy's gonna do something nuts, something crazy.
So they're crowding towards the door. The entrance. Presumably the light is not going to be enough to like dissuade them indefinitely.
Yeah.
But I'll stand there at the door with like the flare held out, for as long as I can to buy us time. Then I will pull the string on that hand grenade and just drop it outside of the door and to the side of it, and then run.
Okay. And yeah, just jump down onto the elevator the few feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, uh, as you remove the flare more or less to like jump down, you hear the padding of giant gorilla feet as they rush forward, and y'all duck down because a grenade blast is about to happen, and fucking boom, monkey body parts fly into the elevator. It's just like the war all over again.
Good.
But unluckily, one of the apes has cleared the elevator and landed between the three of you. It's the one that Raid shot.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Shoot it! Shoot it!
So I'm gonna shoot it.
Yeah, y'all have a full
Shoot her!
combat turn before we do anything else.
Shoot her!
Okay, so.
Okay. So
In normal circumstances, shooting him would be good, but if I have to use the combat rules for that, it's not going to happen. It would have to be like a melee shoot, and even then, actually, that might actually work.
Yeah, in melee shoot, there's no base defense.
Yeah.
So it's considerably better than like trying to shoot at range, unless it can like fight back. In which case,
though notably, it's just there. You can get like behind it, which will make it use the from behind rules.
Give it a taste of the 20 gauge.
Do we have a decisive and obvious advantage? Oh no!
I think you got to make that will roll.
I think it's about you figure it's about even odds.
Okay, so let's see if I can even fight it. Rose.
Power in the corner.
No.
Well,
to hide.
Do you want to use luck?
Oh,
roll
no.
4 more dice. I think that's how that works. Use luck. I mean that. You also rolled it like T and 4.
It's there to be used.
You rolled it T and 4 though.
I did. Roll.
Still roll luck. Roll. I don't know. Burn a luck to re-roll it, and then burn a luck to add 4.
Don't listen to that crazy man. He wants you to burn all your luck.
Why not?
Spend a luck and then burn a luck.
Yeah.
That's what, 2 luck down. 3 luck down total this session then. Oh, 1 luck left. I'm sure we're nearing the end of this adventure then. So it'd be 8d10. Okay, I can fight, bros.
Thank goodness. Watch it be completely unnecessary.
Backed into a corner. You cannot escape. It's an elevator.
And I can roll 1 dice for my missile combat pool.
Yep.
Okay, so how do we want to resolve this fight with the wounded monkey?
Yeah, so you'll get a full turn before we determine anything else.
All right. I shot him first. I'm going to shoot him again. If I have my Sabat revolver out, I don't know if you'll let me have that.
Yeah.
Then I want to shoot him with the 20 gauge. So the idea is a melee shoot at Zone X with the 20 gauge.
Go for it.
So now I got to remind myself how that works. Since we have the flare, are we in standard lighting? Are there lighting penalties to CP?
There's no lighting penalties because of the flare.
Okay.
The monkey has
creepy red light.
Because normally night screws you over.
Yeah, the monkey has penalties because they're nocturnal.
Melee shoot, I guess, would be TN7 with this gun. I think.
Probably.
Is this the pot? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the damage number. Okay. So, 9 dice, TN7, melee shoot, no activation cost. 2 successes. And how should we do the scatter from that? Is it just...
What's the scatter say on it?
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Not
Just-
invalid.
I guess just roll 3 times, and we'll add up any that, you know.
Okay. I believe that's 2 that are gonna stack. But is this using Ballad hit tables or?
Yeah, I would use the Ballad hit tables. Why not?
Okay. Ballad hit tables then.
Right leg, left leg. What was 6? Ah, son of a bitch. Oh my god.
Abdomen.
Abdomen.
Yeah. So right leg, left leg, and abdomen.
Yeah. Okay. What's
And
the
a
damage
20
on it?
gauge should be 9 damage.
Good. Okay.
Okay, so is this a full
Where are the wounds
round?
tables?
Page
With-
45-ish.
45ish.
Yeah.
So
So
is this a full round? So you got the
yes.
3 phases.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So
Okay.
you get the first like full action. You get an action ahead of him before we like go into normal combat.
Yeah, so we don't
Okay.
get full 3 phase. We just get 1 phase where you get to do something, and it can't rip our limbs off yet.
Okay. So where are the rules for melee shooting?
In Song of Swords, not in Ballad.
Yeah. So
It's actually very simple. It's basically you just make a melee attack at whatever range,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but where
and it said shoot TM.
you fucking blast him and knock him down. Like he's bleeding out of both legs heavily, and it's got punctures in his abdomen. Yeah.
Hey,
Shotguns.
shotguns are based, yeah.
All right. Well,
Okay.
you guys do what you're doing, and the actions I'm going to take, and as in like what my character's doing, is pulling the hammer back and shooting him again. Before I'm able to do that, you guys are having your actions, and then we'll.
I will
Okay.
scream. Would you like to go first, Katie,
No,
or should I just?
you can go first because I'm probably going to need to look
Okay.
a bit at this.
All right, I will scream, "Quiero morir una guerra," which means I want to die in a war. I'm going to do
War bros.
I want to die in a war. I will do the full like screaming samurai director's top down chop and see if I can cut this fucker's head off. Because Raid just put him on his knees.
Yep.
Meaning it's like the perfect situation. Yeah. Whatever. Ria. I don't know what fucking Japanese people shout when they hit things. Let's see. Oh, Kiai. Duh. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm stupid. Sorry. There it is.
Yeah, it doesn't re-roll it though, so you'll
Ah.
just copy paste.
There we go. I did 9 because I already rolled 1.
9.
So
Yep.
4,
Yep. And
which means it is let's see, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Why
12.
did it only roll 1 die?
nice. Let me pull something up.
Okay, now are we at a decisive and obvious advantage now that he's knocked to the ground in pain?
It might be dead. I don't know how much health health the fucking gorillas have.
Do a D10 for hit location.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Well, he was in a normal melee, so he can just declare head, right?
Oh yeah, I'll just do head. If it's low, then it means it's neck. It's neck.
Neck. Yep. Let's be honest. You chop a gorilla's head off.
Yeah. I want to die in a war. Gorilla war. I'll scream gorilla war.
Gorilla war.
It was indeed a gorilla war.
Luckily, Katie no longer needs to shoot. It's all dead. What a
Yep.
relief.
You've killed a gorilla. Well, technically, Jimmy killed many gorillas.
This is true, but this is the one that counts.
Yep. Briefly in your head, you heard rules of nature.
Rules of nature.
Nature.
I will take its head and attach it to my belt.
It's a quite large head, so yep.
Ooh.
Anyways,
Yeah, I'll put it in
the
the backpack.
elevator, now that the fighting is over, grinds to a halt at the bottom, as all cinematics do.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Safe. Now we just need to return this.
Return the fucking slab. Yeah, let's do it.
I will.
Return.
I will
the
have continued
slab.
with my plan of shooting the ape a second time while we were still on the elevator. So I'm gonna dock off a point of ammo for that.
Yep. It's hard to stop yourself when you're faced with a 600-pound gorilla, even
Glad
if
I
it's
didn't shoot
dead.
you.
Thank you for not shooting me. We're the luckiest group of unlucky people in the world. You know that?
No kidding.
Well, see, luckier people wouldn't even be on this island.
That's true.
Uh, but yeah, so I mean, the trip down the mines is inconsequential. You're constantly on edge because y'all have fought off monkeys and grooves. Uh, and who knows what could jump out of the darkness, but nothing does. And you arrive back to the antechamber, the lake of tar. Uh, you feel the ground rumble as you enter the room with the ash totem.
All right. Come on, let's just put it back on the altar and then
Oh man,
fuck off.
Yes.
I hope it fits. I hope it fits.
Better fit.
Oh my god, if it doesn't.
Imagine. Wait, don't imagine. That might make it real.
Ugh.
Yep. So you put it on, and by God, it fits.
Oh.
It glows briefly, spits out a moonstone fingernail,
Hmm.
and then like tentacles of black babbletar like reach out of the lake. Uh, it's surging up all around, and like it's up to like the bottom of your boots now. Uh, Before you can do anything, and the tentacles reach out and grab the statue, like slowly engulfing it, and all of the tar in the lake, more or less, drains onto the statue, and more or less there is a perfect representation of the angel, uh, standing
Well,
here,
his
made out
hands.
made out of tar. There's all those hands before, and all the hands are made out of human bones in this new one. Where there were eyes, there were skulls, and yeah, you're standing before what can only be termed a tar angel. Uh, and it holds out a hand towards you, Jimmy.
I am taking a step back.
Yes.
And carved into the ground below it, one of the tentacles reached out and carved one of the runes, and it said, it's just sword.
Uh wait, sword.
Yes.
Yeah. The sword.
What?
I don't think I have it.
Oh
Well,
no.
you have a sword on you though.
Yeah, that's true. I'll take out my sword and do like the two-hand presenting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, kneel
Like,
presenting.
so the tar like washes over your hands and the blade, and then like pulls back.
And it's a moonstone blade.
Uh, so now it's pure. It's a pure black blade now, and it
Ooh.
Oh
almost
god.
seems to ooze tar, but like when you touch it, it's metal. If you remember how the statue was, where it looked like it
Yeah.
was melty, but it was stone. It's sort of like that.
Oh boy.
And if you test its blade, it like cuts like your finger before you even get near it. And yeah,
Oh boy.
functionally, it's a moonstone katana now.
Holy Moses. I will actually spurg out a bit over this. Holy shit.
That's what
I'll look up and say
worth
thank
almost
you.
$3,000.
Is that a blessing? This looks like devilry.
That's
I don't think gun's gonna work on that thing though.
yeah,
Why would we need it
should
to work?
we should
Look at it.
leave.
But yeah, so
This is not
before
what Genosis wants.
before you can like do anything else, the like tar like rushes past y'all. Like it goes like around all of you. It doesn't like wash over you. But it exits the room along with the totem.
Oh
You hear
boy.
grinding of metal from behind you up the passageway. Uh, it has
Like, are
left
the
the
elevator
building.
moving?
No,
Oh
no,
no.
no.
Okay.
Like a giant
Oh
torrent
man.
of tar ripped a metal plate that was blocking the entrance.
I'm so sorry, gorillas.
Okay. Crap. What do we do now?
We wait.
Um,
Yeah, actually, should we just wait down here for a little bit?
it's up to you.
Well,
Unfortunately,
actually,
being washed over in the tar and carrying the idol, y'all did suffer a curse of y'all gained bigotry. Pick a bigot thing to be bigoted against.
Bruise.
Bruce.
No, that's too easy.
Um, but sometimes
Right.
you think you actually really like that thing because hate is love.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'll have to pick some redheads.
Redheads, fair enough. Um,
What should I be bigoted towards? Help me, racist man.
Help me, racist man. I'm going insane.
um. Hmm. Good question. What to be bigoted against?
I will roll 1d20 and figure it out from there.
That's a good idea.
19 means
That's a good question.
this. Oh.
Concern.
concern.
I'll be
I'm
bigoted
debating, right? I've got this
against.
pull in my heart.
Oh yeah.
It's telling me Chironites, but that's who's gonna save us. So
I am now
Chironites.
bigoted against all rural backwards people. That's what got us into this mess.
I'm bigoted against people that don't believe in electricity.
Yeah, I'm picking Chironites.
And prims. Fair enough. Okay. Um. Yeah, you wait a bit, and actually, you start to hear like the island rumbling a little. You don't know if it's safe down here in the caves. It's kind of quaking pretty
let's,
bad.
Yeah, on
let's get
second
out of
thought,
here.
we really shouldn't be in the cave. It'd be better to be
But
in that little area where
yeah,
Jimmy was when he threw the grenade.
Yeah. Um, when
let's
when
hurry up.
you make your way back up the tunnel where the elevator used to be, it's all a wreck. Like it's
Oh
twisted and fucked.
crap!
But you do notice that there is a like service ladder.
Quick,
So
hurry up!
it's a long climb, but you can do it.
All right, well, do we see any other way up there? Any easy walls to scale that would be easier than a ladder, or anything else that really stands out?
Not really. It's a decently long shaft. It's at least like 200 feet. So
All right, well,
Hey,
Let's climb on up.
I'm
yeah. So you
Sing a different Metal Gear song.
you emerge into the sunlight, and you can see like a path of destruction leading from the mine. There's ape bodies thrown here and there. Some are just skeletons with all of their flesh picked clean now. You know.
Do we still
And
have our souls now?
do you have what?
Do we still have our souls?
Yeah, you're fine. Uh, you hear no birds. The forest is quiet, and most of the vegetation along the railway is like withered and dying. Uh, and you see more than a few like white masks like scattered around on little piles of dust.
Yeah.
And
That's a lot of crews.
Good. The more of them dead, the better.
yeah,
I
and
bet.
by the time
I bet they don't even have electric lamps.
yeah, you hear cannon fire like from a ship cannon. Uh, and as you like emerge from the forest, 30 minutes later, you see, Chironite Marines like on the shorehead fighting, Grooves. There's the giant angel is having like a Godzilla battle with a like 50, with a several story tall Groo, which has a sort of womanly figure. You think?
Aw, Gru.
Yeah. Harry, you can tell from up here, is with the Chironites shooting at, you know, anything like. There's apes out there fighting. It's a war.
Okay, we need to get to the lighthouse. I need to get the sword. Then we need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Sticking with you is my best bet of survival right now. So
Yeah. Y'all are accosted on the way by crazed villagers. They all, shout out, hate is love and life is death.
you are alive. Bang.
Yeah, and like you lose all the grenades y'all have gathered. The dynamite gets thrown into a bunch of like people with pitchforks. It's rather horrifying. Jimmy with his moonstone katana actually gets into we're skipping over it because
Yeah, understandable. But you get to cut some people up.
you get to cut some
Let me
people up.
let me tell you. I will take my grenade and throw it at a group of dudes who are all wielding like pitchforks, and they go kaboom.
Montgomery Montague actually challenges you, Jimmy, to a sword duel. And you can tell
Poor fool.
just from like his stance that he's actually better with a sword than you are. But here's the thing he did not count on. He goes to
power blade.
like you go in with a like full dice attack, and he has like twice as much dice as you, and he just is gonna parry you and then kill you, and then your sword slices through his.
Wing. Gorilla War.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the name of the blade now.
Gorilla
Gorilla War.
I will say, like, thank you for your hospitality. And cut him in half.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that way.
But yeah.
Even I am somewhat surprised that worked. It's like, oof.
I don't
He's
really have
brave.
anything against that guy, so
Well,
Yeah,
he's just
it was
a dick.
Yeah, he was a brave man, but
It was fine.
this is just how it works.
This is just how it works. You collect the sword. There, despite Peter now shouting racial slurs at the Germans,
Fucking Krauts.
they have a Templar on board who is sort of there to make sure that they don't commit too bad of war crimes.
That's great. I'll give him the QRD.
But yeah, you
The
explain that
Bogdanov,
you have this sword that needs to be delivered, and he's like, "Oh yeah, absolutely." Why didn't you say so? But as they're driving away from the island, they collect you, the sailors, Harry, whoever lived, and isn't, crazed because of competing elder god figures. But yeah, as y'all get a good distance from it, the Templar gives the okay to fire the Strelchonen. Because as he points to the giant, angel is like, that's a sin against God, God. Uh, and yeah, you'll blast the fuck out of the island. And sail away.
We lived. We lived, bros.
The sailors are told not to accost Peter despite his racial slurs. I can't think of any good ones for Germans, but I'm sure Pete thinks of plenty on the ride there.
Out fucking farming simulator people.
Bread twisting. 9-hour work day. Sausage munching crowd.
Fucking Russians with a P.
Cherries.
Yeah, you're not really sure what the fate of Magru or the weird Babel Angel is, because they just laser the island. There's a cloud of like debris, and they just call it good enough and leave.
Oh,
Nice.
whew.
If that
Good thing
wasn't
we got.
if that wasn't enough, they don't have anything more.
Wow, good thing we got a refund for that trip, huh?
Yeah, no, Harry is like a refund. Oh yeah. That's all the money I have in the world. Meanwhile, he's got like all the cash of all the sailors who died aboard the ship.
Giant string of just a box of wedding rings.
Yeah, and he describes basically what happened is a bunch of Grus attacked the ship, and one of the engineers tried to throw a Molotov or something at it, setting the place on fire.
Yikes.
Uh,
He somehow
Okay.
survives.
yeah.
Dice, I think. It's
Uh,
inventive.
Harry had as many dice as I could give him at Karajan at 14.
What a hero.
Ugh.
Oh, specifically the stupid gun he has is a machine gun 45 ACP.
Based full
Yeah.
auto.
Beast.
Like a
Yeah,
Maxon or
10.
something.
Yeah, it's the Yinsi or whatever. It's a piece of crap. It like
Oh, that's a Chinese copy of a Mauser in 45.
yeah,
So
but
it's like
also,
the fully automatic broom handle.
yeah, it's great. But it's also a piece of crap. It
Yeah,
has like
it's a huge
jam.
piece of shit.
But with it he like rolls like 11 dice or some dumb shit.
Yeah, just go full auto.
He had 2 of them.
He's based, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and you'll live
Okay.
to fight another day, and that's the end of the affair of Smeerenburg.
Woo.
Hope y'all had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got a lot more exciting after about an hour into our session here.
Yeah.
Once we were going towards the mine for the first time. So that was pretty cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
It's a
very
lot
fun.
of fun, Pat.
the first game y'all built up a lot of tension.
I
It
think
was
so.
the first one was slow paced,
Yeah.
for sure. And
This
then
one was
this
a little
was
fast.
like,
I was thinking, I was like, well, if I stretch it out any longer, because I was like, I can finish it in an hour, or I could stretch it out for an entire other session, and I weighed the options, and I was like, yeah, getting 4 people together is hard enough. Let's finish it.
yeah, doing it in 2 I think was a better decision than 3.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Uh,
Pretty fun.
basically what happened is, since y'all didn't follow up with Rommel, Montgomery had him all day and convinced him that killing his girlfriend was good.
Actually.
Well,
I mean, and so basically, she became Magru, like, you know, the vessel for it.
Okay.
And that's why Magru saved him from, being bonked.
Oh, well, I guess that means that he's probably still alive. So
Yeah.
lucky him.
Yeah.
He gets to be with his GF forever and ever.
I
Good for
mean,
you, buddy. I think.
Montgomery wasn't
No,
wrong, but he kind of was, complicated.
Yeah.
And the Tar Angel was definitely evil. But
Oh
hey,
yeah.
oh yeah.
Hey,
was it? I thought it sounded like a pretty nice person.
yeah.
Y'all had helped it, so.
Yeah. Good is evil, man. Remember the way of 5.
But yeah, the Tar Angel is actually giving y'all some hints.
I could tell. I mean, it was pretty obvious near the end. Like, give me my fucking totem back.
Oh yeah, but the other stuff was hints onto what the other people were doing.
This is true. Oh yeah, that does make sense. Spooky.
Yeah, that's why I saw that. I was like, oh, that's what's happening.
Yeah, there was a couple other things that never really got into, but I had figured out the answers to. Was that the red fields were trying to get because they had rights to half of the oil left over. And since they weren't running a cannery, that meant a large portion of what was left. So they were going to sell it to buy guns so that they could betray the pact.
That makes sense. Evil Redfields.
And Montgomery was just like, I've seen the power of like supernatural stuff. What we need to do is summon a Gru to win the war. The greatest Gru.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, hey, it probably would have worked out for him if it weren't for those meddling kids.
Yeah. I did work out, but then he died afterwards. Yeah.
Hey, he died well. That's
Yep.
more than most people can ask for.
Yep.
All right, that was metal, Pat. I'm gonna go get something to eat.
Yes, I'm gonna cook dinner. So.
Very fun.
I'll
We'll
talk to
catch you
y'all
guys
later.
around.
Peace.
Sneed.
Peace.